Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we are going to be talking about the astrology of July 2025, folks. And what a month! What a month! Filled with retrogrades, actually. That's what it's going to be like July this year. We're going to have a Mercury retrograde. It kicks off on the 18th of July. It lasts all the way until the 11th of August. The retrograde is going to happen between 15 degrees to 4 degrees of Leo. And the post-retrograde shadow period actually ends on the 25th, 26th of August. Neptune is also going to go retrograde in Aries on the 4th of July. Saturn will go retrograde in Aries also on the 13th of July. And the big astrological event of the month, I mean, these are all very important, but the really big one, the really significant one, especially at a societal level, so for the collective, Uranus goes into Gemini. 7th of July until the first week of November. The last time Uranus was transiting Gemini was between 1941 until 1948. So Uranus will transit Gemini until November. Then it's going to go back into Taurus. And next year in April, it is going to be in Gemini until 2032. So pay attention to what's happening at a collective level this month, especially around the 7th of July, but pretty much the whole month of July. In the following sectors, I'm looking at Gemini sort of like sectors, sectors that are ruled by Gemini from an archetypal perspective. I'm looking at communications. I'm looking at transportation, cars, commerce, the educational sector, but especially I'm looking at primary education. I'm also looking at journalism. So again, like the sphere of communications, so journalism, social media, and so on. Uranus is also very strongly associated with technology, and Gemini is the sign of communication, so pay attention to the technology of communication. And folks, do expect massive breakthroughs, do expect scientific breakthroughs, do expect innovation, do expect the status quo to be shaken up dramatically. Uranus is the planet of revolution, so in Gemini, it will revolutionize the way that we communicate, the way that we interact with each other, the way that we analyze information, the way that we disseminate information, the way that we buy and sell, and the way that we travel. Gemini is mostly connected with like short distance traveling. Sagittarius is more connected with long distance traveling. It's going to be an interesting one to be on the lookout for. But again, breakthroughs, innovation, and revolution in these sectors. What else is going on in July? Well, before I go through, of course, the most important dates, the key astrological events, I actually have a really exciting announcement to make. 26th of July in London this year, I am hosting another live in-person workshop, The Astrology of Relationships, Themes and Lessons in the Natal Chart. That is what we are going to be diving into together. We're going to cover the following topics during the workshop: relationship houses in the natal chart. And no, we're not just talking about the 7th house. We're going to be talking about the houses of relationships that go beyond the seventh house. We will talk about planets in the 7th house of committed relationships and what they mean and what you can expect and how you can work with them, how you can make better informed choices based off of what's going on in your 7th house. We're going to talk about the planetary ruler of your 7th house and how that impacts your relationships. We will, of course, analyze the ascendant descendant axis. We're going to look at patterns, expectations, themes that you're likely to encounter based off of the ascendant descendant axis within your one-to-one partnerships. And we will also talk about Venus, Mars, and the Moon and how they impact our relationship sector. Because self-awareness is power, and self-love is absolutely the first step towards better relationships, towards more fulfilling relationships. And not just self-love, self-respect, self-esteem, and of course, knowing thyself. These are all key to understanding how we can connect, collaborate, work with others a lot better, especially when it comes to the topic of relationships. I feel like people compare themselves so much to others. Society has and generally like all sorts of like cultures have sort of like very specific criteria as to what you should adhere to, what you should stick to, what rules you should play by within your committed relationship sector. It's not a one size fits all, folks, and this is where astrology comes in the mix. And it helps us understand our soul's lessons, our soul's patterns, our soul's intentions in this specific sector. And it ultimately helps us have more fulfilling relationships rather than us comparing ourselves with how other people do relationships, how society tells us we should do relationships. We might also compare ourselves to, I don't know, like someone else's timeline from a relationship perspective. No to all of that. Yes to you joining me for this live in-person workshop. Again, 26th of July. It's going to be a marathon of a workshop. We're starting off at 11:15 in the morning. We're wrapping up at 4:30 in the afternoon. Yes, you will have a lunch break, obviously. But those who know me, those who have taken part in my previous workshops, I want to give a lot through these workshops, and I'm looking forward to facilitating an experience where you're going to be encouraged to reflect on your natal chart, share experiences, learn from others, step into open, authentic conversations. So I'm going to leave a link in the description box and in the pinned comments. That's where, well, on my website is where you can book your spot for the workshop, and there are limited spots. Very limited, actually, because the space is not too big, and I do actually prefer to work with less as opposed to more people. This is meant to also feel personal, so it's not going to be this sort of like huge like auditorium type of workshop where I just talk and you just look at me and it's like, yes, let's only take notes. No, this will be interactive. Check my website and book your spot over there. And for those of you who are new here to my channel, if you want to work with me, if you want to book a personal astrological consultation with me, I'm a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis to help them make better informed choices, to help them reconnect with their soul's intentions, to help them make sense of what's going on in their life, make sense of the life chapter that they're in. My website is also the place where you can book a personal astrological consultation with me. Written in the stars-astrology.com. Again, you're going to find it in the pinned comments and in the description box. And at the time when I'm filming this, I'm taking bookings for July, more specifically, the second half of July. And yes, there is an emergency reading option on my website in case you are in a rush and you want to book something ASAP and you cannot wait for like 3, 4, 5 weeks to get into my sort of like regular kind of like calendar for your reading. So let's go back to July. Lots of retrogrades. So do prepare to sort of like step back, slow down a little bit, reevaluate how far you've come this year, and actually go back to sort of like dealing with some old issues, some old maybe like challenges, some old problems. Go back to maybe fixing some things. Go back to reconnecting with some people who you've lost touch with. Mercury retrograde is going to help in this regards, but also with the retrograde happening between the 18th of July until the 11th of August, of course, my recommendation in general would be to tread carefully when it comes to making purchases of a mercurial nature, such as cars, telephones maybe, maybe like new software even. And it is a good time to like fix all of these things. It's a great time to edit things. It's a great time to go back to your website and sort of like polish it up, or upgrade your LinkedIn. So those are all very good uses of the Mercury retrograde energy. Let me start off with the beginning of the month. 2nd, 3rd of July, the moon transits Libra. It actually goes into Libra on the 1st of July in the evening, GMT time. So first few days of the month, we are kind of like instinctively focused on connecting with others, on potentially pleasing others. 4th of July, Venus is going to conjunct Uranus and Taurus. Dun, 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 dun. Massive disruption when it comes to the economy, when it comes to maybe the markets, the financial markets. Sudden, unexpected developments on the relationship front, and shocking choices when it comes to beauty. And also on the 4th of July, Venus goes into Gemini until the 31st of July. Venus transiting Gemini might give us a nudge to look for mental and intellectual stimulation in our interactions with others. And it is actually likely to make a lot more enjoyable Gemini kind of activities, such as reading, writing, learning, talking to people, but also gossiping, for example. 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini. I did mention this until the first week of November. Also 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. This is probably one of the best days, 7th of July, for social activities. So if you want to schedule a social event, if you want to go to a party, if you want to go out, and even if you want to go on a date, I really like the 7th of July. You might even feel the energy on the 6th, but the 7th, it's exact, so the aspect is exact in the sky. This can be also a romantic energy to an extent. It feels like a meeting of the minds somehow. But when it comes to social events, social activities, it feels like interactions with other people inspire us to make big changes, to transform our lives in some shape or form. 10th of July, we have a full moon in Capricorn in a harmonious aspect to Mars in Virgo. So a lot of productivity around the time of this full moon, and success when it comes to an area that we've put a lot of effort into. We've been patient, we've worked hard, we've been focused, and ta-da! Success. 13th of July, Saturn goes retrograde in Aries. So do brace yourselves, folks, to kind of slow down and re-examine the foundation that you've started building in a specific sector in your life as of May. 22nd of July, Leo season starts. For most of this Leo season, Mercury is going to be retrograde. So I feel like we are kind of like going back to having fun, celebrating life, enjoying life, expressing ourselves in ways that we have done before. And we might go back to like people in the past that we've had fun with. We might feel inspired by things from our past, experiences from our past. Leo season is a time of like significant sort of like self-expression, right? At a collective level. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. I mean, there could be a little bit of like friction in relationships because someone's doing things in a particular way and the other person is being like super irritable because they're like very fastidious, very meticulous, and they might be kind of like prone to like nagging the other person. New Moon in Leo, 24th of July. The sun is trining Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like we are kind of like inspired to build something new that is aligned with where our heart is at. It will be a long-term process, no doubt about it. Whenever Saturn is involved, do not expect things to happen overnight. Nevertheless, I love the trine between the sun and Saturn and Neptune. So we are both kind of like in like work mode and like concentrated mode, but we're also inspired, right? Sun opposing Pluto, 25th of July. Maybe also the day before you might feel the energy. This might be really significant when it comes to authority figures in our lives, leadership figures. Someone might be, God, I feel like saying someone's like skeletons might be out of the closet. Someone might be unmasked. Someone's mask might fall off, and it's probably going to be like quite unsavory what's been hiding underneath the mask. 31st of July, Venus enters Cancer for most of August, actually. And we have a Mercury cazimi on the 31st of July. So out of the whole sort of Mercury retrograde cycle, the 31st of July is the day to have an interview, schedule an interview, sign paperwork, have important conversations, make a big presentation, write down your ideas, send that important email, because Mercury is like purified in the fire of the sun, and we have tremendous clarity of mind. We feel enlightened somehow. This could be kind of like a day of major sort of like creative ideas, especially when it comes to a matter that's been on our mind for a long time. It's a day of great inspiration, intellectually speaking, as well. So circle it in your calendars. And now we're going to go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, and you know the drill, or maybe you don't, because maybe you're here for the first time. Hopefully, welcome to all you new folks. Please listen to the update for your rising sign, because these general horoscopes are built with the rising sign in mind. And do not expect, please, a general forecast such as this to deliver what a personal forecast would deliver, because in my work with clients and in any work that you would do with an astrologer, we take into account the entire natal chart when it comes to forecasting. And we utilize a combination of techniques in my forecasting practice. So when I look at the future with clients, when I look at future trends, the chapter that they're in, I utilize a combination of forecasting techniques, not just transits. So I utilize annual perfections, the firdaria, solar arc directions, secondary progressions, along with transits. So that's what a personal forecast from me would deliver to you. So you can expect with that one much more alignment, much more precision, much more accuracy, and much clearer guidelines as to how you can utilize the cosmic trends and the cosmic energies, as opposed to the information that you would get from a general forecast such as this. But all that aside, please listen to the update for your rising sign. And of course, if you don't know your rising sign, you can listen to the update for your sun sign. Without further ado, let's jump in. My dear Aries suns and Aries risings, July of 2025. What does it have in store for you, my lovely Aries? Well, the month kicks off with the moon transiting through Libra. So the first few days, 2nd, 3rd of July, actually seem to draw your attention towards partnership matters, connections, collaborations, relationships. It could be romantic relationships as well, but it doesn't have to be just romantic relationships. It could be relationships with business partners. It could be relationships with family members. 4th of July, Venus comes together with Uranus. Now, you might also feel this energy on the 3rd. So 3rd, 4th of July. Someone might act very much out of character. It could be your significant other. It could be a business partner. It could be someone who you've been collaborating with in a very sort of like predictable manner. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, they come up with maybe an unexpected reaction or an unexpected demand. So things are sort of like shaking up in the connection with someone in your life. And it looks like this connection was not one that you had expected to sort of like experience this kind of electrifying energy within. Now, electrifying is probably a very, very good word for this conjunction. I would expect people to change their mind. I would expect a change of plans around the 3rd, 4th of July. I would also potentially expect maybe some unforeseen expenses, because Venus is coming together with Uranus in your 2nd house of income. So as a result of something that someone else is doing, you might have to, I don't know, pay out of pocket for something, or pay more than you thought you would pay. Now, there is a possibility that you might decide to surprise someone yourselves, Aries. So as much as this conjunction can indicate maybe like a sudden change of plans or a sudden change of heart, you might want to take advantage of it and out of the blue, I don't know, gift something to your partner, or maybe send something nice like I don't know, like flowers, like a floral arrangement, to someone who you've been working with really, really, really well. And I do believe that that's probably the best way in which you can utilize this conjunction. Venus on the 4th of July goes into Gemini. So same day after its exact conjunction with Uranus, it goes into Gemini. So Venus is going to be transiting Gemini from the 4th of July until the 31st. I feel like conversations, short trips, networking, interactions with other people are probably going to flow very smoothly and very easily, especially when it comes to the communication side of things, the being on the same wavelength aspect of the interaction that you've got with these people. You might actually have a very, very easy time communicating with people in general from the 4th of July until the 31st, when Venus goes into Cancer. Relationships with colleagues, siblings, cousins, neighbors are likely to see an improvement. And also, let me just say this, Venus transiting your 3rd house is actually a really good time to make significant purchases, to buy things, to sell things. Deals are looking really good, so you might find like a good deal in a sale, for instance, or if you've been looking for a buyer for something that you are, I don't know, putting on the market, Venus attracts things to you. Last but not least, you might also enjoy making presentations, writing, speaking, teaching others throughout this period. So if you are involved in any of these kinds of interactions with other people, then Venus is here to help. Last but not least, also 4th of July, Neptune goes retrograde in Aries all the way until the 10th of December. So you're probably going to have to sort of like internalize some of the Neptunian themes that you've been dealing with this year since March, since Neptune ingressed into Aries. So it's a time of like processing what the Neptune transit brought about, and Neptune generally brings a dissolution of some sorts. 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I love this day. So it's a great day to connect with friends. It's a great day to go out with friends. It's a great day to connect with like-minded individuals, to collaborate on some sort of a transformative, intense project with a group of people, a community of people. You might also feel like the relationship with a friend is transforming for the better, or it is sort of like reaching a deeper level of connection. Great day to also speak in public. Your words might have extra weight, or you don't have to speak in public just sort of live. You could maybe do this online via the internet. Also 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini. This is big. Uranus is a slow-moving planet. It's going to stay in Gemini until the 7th of November, and then it's going to return to Taurus. And next year, in 2026, it's going to be in Gemini. It's going to be transiting your 3rd house of connections, communications, short-distance travel, all the way until 2032 off the top of my head. So pretty much like next 6 years as of next year, right? So Uranus comes in, it starts sort of shaking up. Uranus is the great disruptor, the great rebel, the great revolutionary, and it starts shaking up the way that you think, the way that you speak, the way that you interact with people on a day-to-day basis, the way that you think about maybe topics such as education, for instance. Uranus pretty much until the beginning of September is going to be forming a harmonious aspect with Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like your opinions are shifting, your opinions are changing, your mode of expression is changing, your mode of sending across messages is changing. You're learning to communicate in a new way, and you're also learning to think in a new way about yourselves, Aries, and also about your career, very, very likely. And you're probably also going to learn some really cool things. You're probably going to start learning some really cool things, and I feel like you're going to continue learning some cool things, some unexpected, maybe sort of like information is entering your system all the way until 2032. 10th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Capricorn, activating your house of career, as well as your private life, your private sector. And this full moon is also putting the spotlight on your public life and your reputation in general. The full moon is in a harmonious aspect to Mars, and I like it. Saturn is also sextiling Pluto and Uranus. Saturn is the ruler of the full moon. So what's happening here? It looks like you are reaching some sort of a culminating point in terms of career, in terms of profession. Potentially you are wrapping up maybe an important chapter career-wise, and it looks like you're reaping the rewards. It looks like you're receiving this sort of like public acclaim. It feels like you've put a lot of effort into maybe this chapter professionally, into this project, and you had to be really sort of like hardworking and diligent and concentrated, and now you can really celebrate. I'd say potentially I feel like you might have like a final like almost like an exam, like a final test, maybe like a final sort of like presentation, or maybe having to deliver the final results. But I feel like you are in a very, very, very good place. This could also be the time when you are achieving something career-wise that is going to sort of give you a nudge up the ladder, up the hierarchical ladder, so to speak. Some of you could be receiving a prestigious sort of like job title, or maybe you're offered an important role. There's also generally a possibility that you might be feeling like this. As much as it's a culminating point, it's sort of like ushering in a fresh start, a new beginning for you career-wise, my dear Aries. A shift career-wise, a new beginning that involves more responsibility, that involves maybe working in a new environment, that involves potentially communicating in a different way. So it's a lot, but I feel like you're really happy with what's coming up. There's also a possibility that your reputation is sort of like getting a boost of some sort. So it doesn't have to be just career-wise. It could be because of other things that you've been doing, that you've been working towards. Maybe you've been working on yourselves, Aries. Maybe you've been working on your sort of like own image, and it looks like the world is noticing. There's also a possibility that parents are experiencing some sort of a culminating point, potentially connected with their either work or health, and I feel like it is a good result that they are getting. 13th of July, Saturn goes retrograde until the 20th of November in initially, so Saturn's going to be in Aries all the way until the 12th of September, and then it goes back into Pisces. So essentially, my dear Aries, end of May, a new door has opened up for you. In terms of life direction, in terms of duties, in terms of responsibilities, potentially maybe in terms of career path, career direction. Now it feels like it's time to slow down, to take a step back and say, okay, I've started walking down this path, but do I have anything left over from my old career path or life direction that I need first to sort of like take care of before I move forward full speed ahead? I do feel like you might have some sort of, especially towards the end of the year, actually from the 12th of September until the end of the year, you might have some sort of unfinished business when it comes to maybe matters that have been going on behind the scenes in your life, potentially also maybe mental health, maybe also dealing with institutions. So it's okay. You don't have to go full speed ahead always. Sometimes we have to like retrace our steps and make sure that we haven't left any sort of like loose ends in our lives. 18th of July, I mean, you're gonna laugh, but in July, basically a lot of planets go retrograde. I think that's pretty much the gist of it. So Neptune goes retrograde, Saturn goes retrograde, and you guessed it, Mercury goes retrograde again. Long time no see, Mercury retrograde. So 18th of July until the 11th of August, Mercury is going to go retrograde in Leo in your 5th house of fun, enjoyment, creative projects, entertainment, and so on. So first and foremost, there is a possibility that plans might change, that you might have to revisit your sort of like diary, your schedule. When it comes to fun plans, when it comes to creative projects, maybe also when it comes to plans involving children. So if you have kids, maybe your kids sort of like change their mind and say, no, I don't want to go like play tennis anymore, or I don't want to go to like summer camp anymore. So what am I going to do? What are you going to do? So I would be sort of like prepared for a kind of like change of gears or a change of direction when it comes to whatever you had in mind, children-wise, fun-wise, parties-wise, and also the 5th house is the house of romantic love. So you might reconnect with some people from the past, maybe people who you've been involved with romantically, Aries. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to want to get back together with them, but it could just feel like they come back into your life, or you think about them, or they sort of like text you. It's also a really good time. I mean, the retrograde is a good time to maybe have fun with people from your past. It could be old work colleagues. It could be old school colleagues, for instance. Mercury is also the ruler of your 3rd house. So you know how I said with Venus transiting Gemini, maybe if you want to buy a car this month, it's a good idea. I would not buy a car during Mercury retrograde, however, so from the 18th of July onwards. And there is a possibility that there might be some disruption, some sort of like delays or frustrations concerning trips, concerning journeys, especially fun journeys from the 18th of July onwards until the 11th of August. So if you have, I don't know, like a road trip planned, then do be aware of the fact that Mercury retrograde could sort of like shake things up a little bit. Maybe the car has some trouble, so things of that nature. Sun goes into Leo 22nd of July. Leo season begins for a month. The spotlight is on your fun sector, romantic life, fun, enjoyment, entertainment, and creative self-expression. But for most of this Leo season, Mercury is retrograde. So do be flexible. Do make sure that you communicate clearly to romantic partners what you had in mind. Don't take things very personally, and just make sure that, I don't know, you get insurance, maybe travel insurance, for instance. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. I feel like this could be a day of potentially misunderstandings or miscommunication in the workplace, but also potentially miscommunication and a little bit of like frustration in interactions with people in a health environment. So if you're going to the dentist, maybe the dentist is saying one thing, you're saying a different thing, and you're just not on the same wavelength. So I would sort of like slow down and make sure that you are on the same page. It feels like all the things that you have to do on a day-to-day basis are potentially stressing you out around the 23rd of July. And as a result, communication with some folks might take a bit of a hit. 24th of July, new moon in your 5th house. It is in a harmonious aspect to Saturn and Neptune, but it is opposing Pluto. So this new moon, essentially the sun is going to oppose Pluto exactly on the 25th of July, but you might also feel the opposition on the 24th. So this new moon indicates some sort of a fresh start, a fresh chapter that you are willing to put effort into over time, that you're invested in, that you believe is going to bring more security and stability and predictability in your life, especially when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to the topic of children, maybe also when it comes to your romantic life. However, I feel like you need to break the news to some people that you're not going to be, I don't know, spending time with them anymore, or that you're going to have to cut ties with them, or there is a possibility that you might keep this like fresh start hidden for a little bit, or you might try to keep it hidden for a little bit. The challenge or the danger is that people might find out. Potentially friends or people within your community might find out about your sort of like new plans, and some people might feel really betrayed. There's a possibility also, if you have kids, that you might decide to take a different approach, maybe with their education, or send them to, I don't know, like other extracurricular activities, and you do feel a little bit stressed about breaking the news to maybe the group of people that they have been active within up until this point. I would be aware of the fact that friendships can suffer around the time of this new moon, so tread carefully. That's my recommendation. And if you know that some friends are just like not going to get it, then own it. 31st of July, Venus goes into Cancer. But Venus is going to be in Cancer for most of August, essentially. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this transit. Essentially, Venus is going to sweeten things at home, relationships, enjoyment of like time spent at home, but also probably like one of the most important days to keep in mind from the Mercury retrograde cycle that we're in. Mercury Cazimi, 31st of July, Sun conjunct Mercury. This is a great day out of the whole sort of like Mercury retrograde cycle to express things, to communicate things in a creative manner, to make a creative presentation, to take to the stage, to take the floor, is that what they say? To share your message with the world, especially if it comes from the heart, to maybe make a launch. I know that generally it's not indicated to launch things during Mercury retrograde, but if it's something that you've been working on for a long time, then the 31st of July is the only exception. It's a great time to have important conversations with children, romantic partners, co-workers, colleagues. It's a great day for entertainment and enjoyment as well. And it seems to bring a lot of clarity of mind in terms of what's important for you, Aries, love-wise, passions-wise, and children's-wise as well. And that is Aries. Now let us move on to Taurus. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. My lovely Taurians, what is going on? What's cooking in July? My lovely Taurians, there's going to be a lot of retrograde energy coming up this month. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm going to start off with the first few days of July, especially 2nd, 3rd. The moon is going to be transiting Libra. In your house of day-to-day work and health. So you might feel drawn towards sort of like taking care of yourselves, dealing with the mundane, sort of like nitty-gritty requirements of your life. You might feel like you have to like tick off some significant tasks from your to-do list. 4th of July, Venus conjunct Uranus. You might also feel this energy, however, on the 3rd. Venus is your chart ruler. So you might have a sudden 3rd, 4th of July aha moment. In regards to what? In regards to a relationship in your life, in regards to your work, in regards to a job, in regards to your health. Speaking of health, if you haven't been taking really good care of yourselves, there is a possibility that something could come up out of the blue around the 3rd, 4th of July. But if it does come up, and please, this is not medical advice, this is for entertainment purposes only, this information. If anything does come up, I do believe you're going to be able to tackle it really well, even if it is sudden, even if it is unexpected. You might have an aha moment also around what it is that you want to break free from in your life, what sort of habit you want to break free from, what sort of job you want to break free from, what sort of individual you are done with. Uranus is the great disruptor, and it says, out with the old, in with a new, and you might feel in a very sort of rebellious mood around this time. You might also make some sort of like shocking choices when it comes to like style around this time. So maybe, I don't know, you're in the mood to be eccentric when it comes to the clothes that you wear around this time. In any case, I feel like it is a very significant aha moment for you in terms of how you want your life to change. You could also be shocking your coworkers around this time, maybe with like an unexpected announcement. Very possible. Venus goes into Gemini 4th of July until the 31st. It's going to be transiting your second house of income, sense of self-worth and self-esteem, movable assets and resources. So I feel like you're going to be potentially in quite a spending mode, but it looks like you're also attracting money. Throughout July, you're maybe attracting clients, you're attracting the right people in your life that really value what you bring to the table. I feel like you can be very persuasive with your communications, and I repeat, if you do need to attract clients, if you do need to attract more money in your life, this is actually a really good transit to take advantage of. It's also a great transit to sort of like use to spend money. That's probably the best way to put it. Spend money on what? Spend money on your body, your health, your wellness, your style, your appearance, all of that, but also on your education. That's what I had to say. Neptune is going to go retrograde 4th of July all the way until the 10th of December. So this is a time in which you might actually feel like things are potentially slowing down a little bit, and you have to like integrate some of the maybe themes or lessons that you've been taking on board since March, since Neptune went into Aries. Saturn is transiting your 12th house. Neptune is transiting your 12th house, Taurus, especially Taurus risings. That's what I'm talking to the most. You've got some significant work that you need to do when it comes to releasing whatever is sabotaging you over the next few years. And with Neptune going retrograde, Saturn's also going retrograde on the 13th of July. Like I said, there's a lot of retrograde energy this month. Maybe it feels like your commitment and your resolve and your dedication to letting go and clearing out of your life whatever is no longer serving you, all of that effort and dedication might sort of like slow down or be put on pause, or maybe you just need to take a break. That is very, very possible. Also, Uranus, planet of surprises, of disruption, of innovation, of progress, of eccentrics, of rebels, is going into Gemini. Uranus has been in Taurus for a long time, my lovely Taurians, and it's been shaking up your life for a good few years. It's going finally into a different sign other than your sign from the 7th of July until the first week of November. Pay attention to what sort of unexpected developments show up in your life from a financial perspective, as well as from the perspective of the talents, the resources, the skills that you are called to develop, because these are probably going to be very important for you, my lovely Taurians. As of 2026, when Uranus goes into Gemini to stay, all the way until 2032. So I would love for you to see this period from the 7th of July until the 7th of November as a preview of the things that you need to learn in order to make money in the future, essentially. Also, 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I like this. It feels like you're sort of like very at peace with the changes that you need to make, the transformations that you need to make, and the transformations that you need to sort of embrace when it comes to the development of your career path. It also feels like you might be super appreciated by someone in a professional environment. Maybe they're giving you great feedback. You feel good. You feel worthy. You feel like you've got what it takes. It feels like the relationship with someone in a position of power is experiencing an intensification for the better of the bond. So maybe this person, maybe it's a boss, maybe it's like a high profile client. They trust you, they like how you think, they like what you bring to the table. So great. Great stuff. Great stuff. 10th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Capricorn in a harmonious aspect to Mars. I feel like this is a some sort of culminating point when it comes to traveling. Maybe you're physically traveling. Maybe you're buying plane tickets to travel. I feel like this could also be a time of success when it comes to exams, when it comes to education. Especially not just for you, I mean, it could be for you, but especially for those of you who have children. So there could be some really good news coming up in regards to children, in regards to them being accepted for like university and so on, and getting good grades and so on. I also feel like this could be the end of a stressful legal matter that you have been dealing with, maybe at least for the, I mean, it could be for longer, but it could be for at least the past 6 months. It could feel like things are stabilizing when it comes to your maybe like legal status. There could also be good news coming up from foreign lands, foreign countries, and potentially you didn't expect this. Maybe you were sort of like prepared for the worst, but now you're like, let's celebrate. Things have turned out a lot better than I thought they would turn out. It's a great time to go out. It's a great time to go to a cultural event. It's a great time to go to maybe an educational event, like a conference of some sorts. And if you do go to a conference of some sorts or to anything of an educational nature, it could be that you actually form an important connection, maybe with someone who's going to help you professionally moving forward, even if it's just like purely theoretical. Maybe they could be a good mentor, for example. Speaking of mentors, this full moon can put the spotlight on mentors in your life, and you might realize, wow, so this is how they would do it. They've given me a lot of courage. They've given me a lot of like drive to take action, to make the changes that really are meaningful for me in my life. I did say that Saturn goes retrograde 13th of July. Saturn is the ruler also of your house of career. So changes are sort of like slowing down professionally until the end of November, I'd say. Mercury is also going retrograde. Did you think that was it, Taurians? I told you we've got a lot of retrograde energy in July. So it's time to slow down a little bit. It's time to take stock of all the big changes that have come up beginning of the year, first half of the year, and we need to integrate them. We can't always be sort of like pushing. So Mercury is going to go retrograde, my lovely Taurians, in your house of home, family, and living situation until the 11th of August. Now, this could be a time to maybe go back home, reconnect with family members, like call your aunt that you haven't spoken to in a long time, if you want to, obviously. No pressure. You might also need to like fix some things around the house, or just sort of like buy some things around the house. I feel like there could be some outstanding like expenses connected with the home that you need to take care of. Something around the house could actually need to be replaced or repaired. There is a possibility of like changes of plans that involve family members, and of miscommunication when it comes to family members, especially when it comes to your relationship with parents and children, if you do have kids. So do make sure that you are on the same page. If you are looking to do anything around the house, or if you're looking to buy a home or sell a home or anything of that nature, or deal with any sort of like paperwork connected with homes and properties, please make sure that you read the fine print. Please make sure that you go through any paperwork with a fine-tooth comb, because hey, Mercury retrograde is the proverbial trickster. And is there like a good day to maybe sign any sort of like paperwork concerning the home, concerning property, land, real estate? Is there a good day to move into a new home? Is there a good day to maybe do some viewings if you're looking for a new home, or like have people like visit your home? Yes, the answer to that is 31st of July, when the Sun conjunct Mercury, when we've got a Mercury Cazimi in your house of home, property, and living situation. 31st of July is also a great date to get on the same page with people in the home. If you've been having like back and forth conversations and negotiations, maybe with your kids about, I don't know, where you're going on holiday. Obviously, this is just an example. There can be agreement on the 31st of July. If you want to host people at home, if you want to throw a party, if you want to welcome people in the home, if you want to catch up with your parents, 31st of July is a great day to do so. Mercury Kazemi, take advantage of it. That is my recommendation. You don't have to, but hey, here I am sharing recommendations. 22nd of July, the sun goes into Leo, and for the next month, it essentially illuminates your private life sector. So again, there's a lot going on in your private life, a lot going on with maybe parents, children, people coming into the home, expenses connected with the home. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. I feel like there could be a little bit of like tension and friction between you and maybe one of your kids or a romantic partner. The friction could come from some sort of a difference in values, but also it could come from a difference in mentality when it comes to money and expenses and what you should be spending money on. So I feel like you've got like a very specific view, and they have a completely different view, and there could be a tiny little bit of like bickering. You might also be quick to throw money at a problem, and that might not necessarily be the answer. The answer might be to sit down and to talk things through. So just FYI. 24th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new moon in Leo. And the new moon is going to be opposing Pluto, as well as it will harmoniously aspect Saturn and Neptune in your 12th house. So this could be a fresh start for you at home in your family life. Maybe you're moving into a new home. Maybe you're welcoming a new family member. Maybe there's sort of like a change of like dynamics at home. So things are shifting, potentially in your relationship with a parent, maybe in your relationship with someone who you've had a hard time getting on the same page with. I feel like this is a reset in your private life, Taurians. The reset seems to bring in a dramatic transformation when it comes to your professional life and public life. So based off of what's going on in your private life, you might need to come to terms with the fact that your career path, your public life, your reputation as you know it, will no longer be the same. So what could happen? I mean, I am thinking that an event of this magnitude, for example, could be a pregnancy, for instance. I'm also thinking, let's say you decide to, I don't know, maybe like move to a different country, and you've made your peace with that and everyone's on board, and you have to break the news to your boss. If you have to break the news to your boss, they are probably not going to react well. The sun is actually exactly opposing Pluto on the 25th of July, but you might feel it also on the day of the new moon on the 24th. There's also a chance that a parent is potentially going through a rebirth of some sorts in terms of their career. So maybe they are going into retirement or something along those lines. So there's like multiple like possibilities here. I do feel like you can sort of like build things up in a way at home that gives you a sense of like peace, if you ask me. But there is a part of you that maybe might be mourning whatever it is that you're leaving behind when it comes to your public life, public sector, potentially even career. Venus goes into Cancer 31st of July, and it's going to be in Cancer for most of August. Let me actually check until when. All the way until the 25th of August. So this is actually going to be a really helpful energy when it comes to communications, when it comes to short distance travel, when it comes to getting along with people like well. So you might feel like your relationships are seeing some sort of a significant improvement, also because Venus rules you, Taurians, and with Venus in Cancer, you're probably going to be very mindful of the words that you choose. You're probably going to be very diplomatic in your communications. So this is also coming from you and from the kind of like energy that you're bringing to the table, and that is Taurus. Now let us move on to Geminis, my lovely, lovely, lovely Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings. Gemini's retrograde season is back this month. I am going to start off really strong. I'm going to jump ahead and start off with Mercury retrograde. This is kicking off on the 18th of July, Geminis. This is very important for you because Mercury is your chart ruler. So if you've got a lot of Gemini in your chart, if you've got a lot of Virgo in your chart, Mercury retrogrades are going to be extra significant because they rule, they have dominion over, Mercury has dominion over important parts of your life, and as a Gemini ascendant or as a Gemini or as a Virgo ascendant, Mercury rules your life direction and your personality and your physical body. So that's why. I mean, I digress. I don't know if you wanted to hear all of this, but alas, Mercury retrograde. Mercury rules your first house and your fourth house of home, family, and living situation, and it's going to be retrograde in Leo. So what's going on until the 11th of August? Very important, so that you know when this is all over. So I would expect things to slow down when it comes to matters concerning home, property, family life, living situation, any sort of like sales, purchases, deals, contracts, things, I repeat, might not necessarily go from like A to B. They might not have a very linear trajectory. So for example, if you're looking to sell your home, then I would expect back and forth. I would expect delays. I would expect potentially, I don't know, like typos in emails. I would be extra cautious when it comes to signing anything because Mercury is retrograde in the third house, which is also a house of communications. So careful when it comes to signing paperwork. I would definitely, but you don't have to listen to me. So this is what I would do. You do you, Geminis. You have free will. We all have free will. I personally would definitely not buy any cars, any classes or courses, any sort of like gadgets, anything for the kids, any sort of like tech for the home during the retrograde, 18th of July until the 11th of August. If you do buy anything, make sure you hold on to the receipt because you might need to return it. There is a possibility that things might need to be fixed, especially things like your laptop, your phone, anything that has to do with communication. You might also need to fix or change or repair something connected with your preferred mode of transportation, such as your bike, your car, etc. Did I mention not to buy cars during this time? If I did, forgive me. If I didn't, I'm gonna say it. I would expect change of plans and potential delays and interruptions and sort of like things being a little bit wobbly when it comes to short distance trips. So when it comes to your daily commute into the office, for example, or when it comes to road trips. So 18th of July until the 11th of August. I would also make sure that everyone is like fully aware of what you're trying to communicate, because as much as you're a great communicator, Geminis for the most part, sometimes it takes extra effort in making sure that the message is received in the way that you want it to be received. That's just my take on things. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month because I started with the retrograde because it is so important. It is so personal to you, Geminis. 2nd, 3rd of July, moon transits Libra. I mean, this is a great time to have fun, especially with people that you love, people that get you. You might actually spend some money on beautiful things, on fun things, on a party, on maybe getting something nice for your kid or for your significant other. 4th of July, but you might actually feel this also the day before. So on the 3rd and the 4th, Venus conjuncts Uranus in the 12th house. Unexpected event, unexpected disruption when it comes to a fun plan, a party, for example. Maybe something happens at a party. Maybe someone shows up that you did not expect to see. Maybe someone doesn't show up in the way that you expected them to show up. So I feel like people are a little bit unpredictable around this time. It could be people that you expected to be predictable, that surprise you. It could be your kid, for example. It could be your romantic partner. It could also be, yeah, maybe just someone who is supposed to sort of like be in the background and not make a lot of fuss, and they are making a lot of fuss. Speaking of not making a lot of fuss, so I would be a little bit extra cautious 3rd, 4th of July when it comes to doing things in an unconventional way if you are partying. So I would not try out something for the first time. I would not even go to like a new, let's say, bar for the first time, 3rd, 4th of July, because you might not like it, essentially. That's just my recommendation. Also, 4th of July, Venus goes into Gemini all the way until the 31st. I like this. Why? Because Venus is going to be in your corner. It's going to make you extra attractive, charming, magnetic. You might feel like you are getting a lot of positive feedback, a lot of positive attention, especially from romantic partners. If you work with children in any shape or form, you might also feel like your interaction with children flows very easily, very smoothly. Your own relationship with kids, if you have kids, might actually go really, really well throughout this whole period. Venus transiting your first house is also a great time to look after yourselves, Geminis. So invest in like some nice clothes or change your look. And you might generally just feel really good in your body, and the relationship that you've got with yourself is sort of like extra like smooth. Which is why, for example, if you're single, this could be a very good time to put yourselves out there, go on dates, and so on. Neptune is going to go retrograde 4th of July until December in your, not for the entire period, but initially it's going to go retrograde in your 11th house. So some of the sort of like shifts that have been going on when it comes to your plans for the future as of March, and when it comes to your vision for the future and also your involvement with friends and groups and communities, some of these shifts I feel like they're slowing down, and they're giving you, like the retrograde is giving you some time to process what it all means. Saturn is also going to go retrograde in your 11th house on the 13th of July. So do expect a bit of a slowdown when it comes to significant like duties and responsibilities and extra pressure that has been laid on your shoulders from the end of May. Especially duties and responsibilities concerning the future, but also concerning a group of people, a community of people, and potentially also duties and responsibilities that have something to do with money and finances and joint assets in general. You might also feel a little bit less radical, I want to say, Geminis, when it comes to doing this thorough cleanup in your friendship sector. I feel like you're still going to do a thorough cleanup in your friendship sector over the next few years, especially until 2028. But maybe you've already started. Maybe some people have already exited your life since March, especially since the end of March, when Neptune went into this part of your chart. Now you might feel like, okay, let me just slow down. Maybe I don't need to like cut. So that might be the way in which you respond to Neptune and Saturn going retrograde in this part of your chart. Uranus is going into Gemini. This is big. This is very big, Geminis, for you, because Uranus is going to be in your corner from the 7th of July until the first week of November. And then as of next year, spring of next year in the Northern Hemisphere, until 2032. So Uranus going into Gemini is giving you a preview of the next almost like 7 years, right? Uranus is the revolutionary, the rebel, the independent one, the eccentric one. You're becoming all of those things. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, Geminis, for dramatic purposes. But Uranus basically coming into your corner, especially for Gemini risings, is saying over the next 7 years, you are probably going to go through a major shift in terms of personality, worldview, life direction, the way that you show up in the world. You might not accept anything else but complete freedom, independence, and total authenticity when it comes to the interactions that you have with other people. The way in which you think about yourselves, the way in which you think about the world is probably going to change dramatically, and you're going to get a preview 7th of July until the 7th of November. I feel like you're also going to be completely reinventing yourselves, Geminis, and it can be shocking to some people, and that's okay, because I feel like you're going to be totally okay with this. You're going to believe in your reinvention. You're going to believe in the fact that this is the way forward. And I feel like you're going to want to cut ties with a big part of your past, because you're going through a shift in mentality. You're going through a shift in terms of your vision for the future, and you're like new everything. All new everything, so to speak. Also, 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I feel like the relationship with someone is growing stronger. It could also be that you realize how much you have evolved on a personal level, and how much your worldview and your life philosophy has evolved at the same time. You might also have a bit of a moment of, I don't want to call it enlightenment, but it could feel like a moment of enlightenment when it comes to the way that you think about love and children. You might also realize how much you have outgrown old life philosophies. This is also a very, very good day to go out into the world, because you might be very, very inspired by other people. 10th of July, full moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after, a culminating point when it comes to your financial life, financial sector. Maybe you're making a big payment. It could be that together with someone else, you're making a big payment, maybe with a partner or with a parent. You could be making a payment for your future somehow, or you could be offloading. You could be getting rid of. Sometimes I try to use, because I'm talking to you Geminis, I try to use these like fancy words that I have not 100% a clear idea as to what they mean. So you might be ready to get rid of a financial burden around the 10th of July. And it could have something to do with home, family, land, property, and so on. It feels like a crisis at home is over. It also feels like you've been working hard to get out of a sticky situation when it comes to maybe a financial matter or a home-related matter, and the hard work is paying off. Now, speaking to you, Geminis, when it comes to home matters, family matters, and so on, from the 18th until the 22nd of July, I would not necessarily try to like fix or repair or do anything around the house, and I would also be super careful when it comes to sharp tools and fire, machinery, heavy machinery, because Mars is going to come together with the South Node in your 4th house of home. So my recommendation is maybe just avoid doing any sort of like work around the house because it could backfire, like literally. Let's say there is also a possibility that something could break around the house, and I know that that is also the beginning of the Mercury retrograde, so it would sort of align. Sun goes into Leo 22nd of July for the next month. So the spotlight is being placed on short distance traveling, talking to people, connecting with people, a lot of daily interactions. Maybe your mind is super active. You want to learn things. You want to talk about things. You want to share things, even more so than usual. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. I feel like you are maybe bickering a little bit with a parent or a family member in general. It could also be that someone is trying to like rush you into something and you're not having it, or they're trying to convince you that their way of doing things is good and you're like, nah, I don't think so. I just think I'm gonna do it my way. 24th of July, new moon in Leo. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. This could be a fresh start when it comes to your studies. Maybe you're signing up for a course, a class. Some of you could be experiencing a fresh start when it comes to the relationship that you have with siblings, cousins, neighbors, the local community. It could also feel like you're going through a shift in terms of your way of thinking. And I feel like you might be having some important conversations about the future around this time. Now, the new moon, however, is in opposition to Pluto. So it feels like you are thinking thinking very differently about your future. You're maybe talking in a completely different way about what you want from your future. It also feels like you are maybe opening up about a secret or about something that felt like a taboo topic, and now you're ready to speak up in some shape or form. There could be things also happening at a global level, at an international level, that result in a shift in your mentality in some shape or form, and you might have that aha moment where you say, this is what I used to believe in, but now I believe in something totally and completely different. It is a good time, the new moon, to sort of like present things to the world. I would not be, however, afraid if some people are very judgmental, because that is just the way people are. I'm very matter of fact about this. You have to remember, Geminis, I am an Aquarius, so we do what we want and the world can think whatever it wants, because the world does not live your life. You are here to live your life, so they can say whatever. If you have siblings, there is a chance that siblings could experience some sort of a fresh start, which could take them on a completely different path than the path that they have been on up until this point. That doesn't mean that it's a bad path, but it could just be like a totally different path, a path that involves almost like a life reset for them. And 31st of July, Venus goes into Cancer. All the way until the end of, actually until the last week of August. So this time can attract you a lot of like money, and might also make you really sort of magnetic and charming when it comes to persuading people that you can benefit from, especially in the professional sense, but also romantically, I want to say, as well. And 31st of July, we have a Mercury cazimi. This is probably the day that I would recommend signing things on, or making a sale or a presentation or a big purchase out of the whole like Mercury retrograde period, 18th of July until the 11th of August. This is the day to take advantage of, because it feels like communication is very clear. It feels like you know what you need to say. You understand the reality of things very, very well. This is also a very, very good day to decide on matters connected with home life, family life, living situation. So I am liking this day for all things communications related, all things sales, purchases related, and all things involving like agreements of some sorts. And that is Geminis. My dear Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. Fellow Cancerians, what is going on in July? Well, the month kicks off with the moon transiting through Libra on the 2nd and the 3rd. It actually goes into Libra on the evening of the 1st of July, GMT time. So we're probably going to feel like maybe staying at home, spending time with family, looking after the house in general. Then on the 4th of July, Venus comes together with Uranus. Now, you might also feel this energy, Cancerians, on the 3rd. What's cooking? What's going on the 4th and the 3rd, potentially? News, surprises, unpredictable developments when it comes to friends, plans, maybe even family members. So someone could show up out of the blue on your doorstep. It could be a friend that you haven't seen in a long time. Family members might change their plans. All of a sudden, they might say, we're not catching up this weekend, or we're not catching up this week because we are going on a cruise. A variety of unexpected things could happen, but essentially I would keep, if I were in your shoes, I would keep my diary quite flexible and open, because people are bound to act out of character or just kind of like plain shock you, let's say. Now, these could all be some pleasant surprises popping into your life, Cancerians. Maybe like friends surprise you out of the blue, like I said. Maybe a family member says, come on, let's go for a road trip. Nevertheless, my recommendation still stands. keep your schedule quite flexible and open. That's what I say, at least. There could also be some sort of a sudden development in a life of a friend, in the life of a friend that you just didn't see, coming. At the same time, you could have an aha moment around the 3rd and the 4th of July. When it comes to your goals and plans for the future, Cancerians, and you might decide to break away or break free from an old vision of your future and say, yeah, you know what? I ain't gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be doing something totally different. Venus goes into Gemini on the 4th of July, so pretty much same day, all the way until the 31st of July. This is a great time for you to take some time off. It is a great time to enjoy a holiday, time away from the world, escape, go on a retreat, even if it's only for a few days, my lovely Cancerians, sometime between the 4th until the 31st of July, if you can. You're also bound to enjoy activities that have a 12th house nature to them. So relaxation, meditation, or just, again, getting away from the world, going into your own bubble, and maybe just reading or listening to podcasts. There is a possibility that things could be going on behind your back at the same time. I do have to say this, from the 4th of July until the 31st, when it comes to maybe some matters concerning friends, but also when it comes to family members. They could be sort of like doing things that they don't necessarily immediately reveal to you. So there's other ways in which this transit could play out. Neptune is going to go retrograde on the 4th of July in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. And Saturn is going to do the same thing on the 13th of July. So essentially, you're probably going to experience a little bit of a slowdown when it comes to any new beginnings, any fresh starts, any new developments, any sort of like new foundation that you've started to work on professionally and career-wise as of this spring. If you've been experiencing maybe a dissolution of your existing career path as of this spring, things could, I repeat, slow down a little bit. Maybe it's giving you some time to just take in everything that's been going on. Now, the dissolution could also be happening at an industry sector, just as an FYI. Saturn going retrograde says that you might slow down with the sort of like changes and new developments that you want to bring into your career sector, but also relationship sector. And if you are in a relationship, and also if you have business partnerships, and if they've been experiencing a reset of some sorts, if they've been working out in a new way as of May, I repeat, it could feel like things are like slowing down, giving you time to integrate whatever's been going on since the spring. 7th of July, there's so much going on in July, Cancerians. So 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini all the way until the 7th of November. Now, this is a preview for the longer transit of Uranus through Gemini, fully kicking off in 2026, in the spring of 2026 until 2032. So what's Uranus doing? Uranus is bringing the revolution to your doorstep, but not in a very sort of like obvious way. It's probably going to revolutionize over the next good few years, like 7 years, your spiritual life, what goes on behind the scenes in your life, your approach to mental health, your connection with institutions, your connection with any people in your life that you feel are suffering, or that you feel are sort of like ostracized or like stigmatized or like cast aside, let's say. You might also have some important revelations that you begin to take note of over the next few months when it comes to whatever messages pop up in your mind when you sleep or when you meditate or when you experience any sort of altered state of consciousness, let's call it. Uranus can also help you break away and break free from any patterns and habits that have been leading to self-sabotage. So Uranus is here to help, if you ask me. But hey, I'm an Aquarius. I like Uranus. I have Uranus tattooed. I mean, you can't see my Uranus tattoo or my Jupiter tattoo. I have a Uranus and a Jupiter tattoo, both of them. Sometimes change is fantastic. And in this case, I believe it will be. 7th of July, also Venus trines Pluto. I feel like a relationship is going through a transformation. You're ready to let go of any maybe sources of like suffering within it. You're ready to reset the relationship. You're ready to experience almost like a cleanse in this relationship, a cleanse of any challenging or difficult emotions or feelings, resentments, and things like that. I also feel like you could be having some really this is going to sound weird. Like you could have a great time behind the scenes with someone. 10th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Capricorn, my lovely Cancerians, activating your partnership sector, your relationship sector. And this is not just about, actually this full moon doesn't necessarily seem to be that much about romantic partnerships. It seems to put the spotlight on professional relationships, business relationships, and relationships that have an effort element to them. So it feels like you are completing a collaboration with someone. Maybe the reason why you've come together is now sort of done, and you've accomplished what you wanted to accomplish together. That's my point. So maybe you've been working with a business coach to rebrand your business, and it could feel like, yes, fantastic. The job is done. The work is done. Here you are. You could also be signing an important business deal, an important business collaboration around this time. It is a great time to do so because a little bit later in the month, 18th of July until the 11th of August, Mercury goes retrograde. So if you want to sign deals, if you want to sign a big client, if you want to start a business collaboration, I would do it before that. I would do it before the 18th of July. It could also feel like your partner, if you do have a romantic partner, if you have a life partner, achieves something very important for them. It could be connected with their home life. It could be connected with their personal life, but it could also be connected with their health. I'd say. Efforts are paying off. That's the way that I would look at this. Conversations are going really well, especially practical, productive, goal and business-oriented conversations around this time. And Saturn, which is also the ruler of the full moon, is in a harmonious aspect to Pluto and to Uranus. So I feel like around the time of this full moon, you are reaching an agreement as to how to rework and reset a relationship, especially a professional relationship. If you've been in competition with someone, or if you've been in a sort of adversarial position with someone, if you've had someone work against you, I feel like you are reaching a deal and an agreement around this time. So it feels like the conflict is over, which I like. I like it. I mean, yeah, that's great. But hey, see what happens. See what comes up. The 18th of July, like I said, Mercury retrograde begins. Mercury rules your 3rd house and your 12th house. So there is a possibility that from the 18th of July all the way until the 11th of August, conversations with colleagues, siblings, neighbors, cousins, but also conversations with people within an institutional environment. So let's say you go to, I don't know, the hospital and you're having a conversation with someone, or you're going to the library. They might not be as straightforward as you expect them to be. There is a risk of misunderstandings. There's also a significant chance of people rescheduling things with you, especially if you've agreed, let's say you've agreed to meet with your sister and she says, yeah, no, I can't do it. I've got other plans. I'm going someplace else. Let's reschedule. There is a possibility that you might have some outstanding expenses that you need to handle throughout this period. Maybe something that you thought you had paid. If you are making payments from the 18th of July until the 11th of August, I would hold on to the receipts because there is a possibility that you might be charged twice, or you might be charged the wrong amount. None of this is ideal. I get it. Which is why I recommend keeping a close eye on any sort of money that goes into your bank account or that goes out of your bank account. You might experience delays in getting paid. That's also a possibility. But what I like about this retrograde is that you could be paid what you are owed. And maybe you thought you would never get this money back, or maybe you thought you would never hear from this person ever again. Like I don't know, maybe a client that didn't pay you the right amount. And here they are, bam, right in time for the Mercury retrograde, paying what they owe you, which is great if you ask me. How can you make the most of this retrograde? My recommendation would be reach out to old clients, reach out to people that you've worked with in the past, and also generally my recommendation would be to take it slow and take it easy when it comes to expenses. So I wouldn't overspend, and give yourself permission to change your mind, fellow Cancerian. And I repeat, hold on to receipts if you can. Not a great time to purchase technology like gadgets, devices, and things like that, because Mercury also rules your third house. It is a good time to fix all of these gadgets, all of these devices, but not necessarily to get new ones. At least that would be my recommendation. Sun goes into Leo 22nd of July, all the way, well, pretty much for the next month. So the spotlight is going to be very strongly placed on money and finances and material situation, as well as on your values and what is important to you, Cancerians. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. I feel like you are having a little bit of a quarrel with someone, but maybe you're trying to still be diplomatic. It could be with a friend. Maybe they say something, you feel attacked, or maybe you say something, they feel attacked. Maybe they don't want to ruin their relationship. Maybe they just misunderstood what you said, and they might kind of like hold it in and potentially bring it back up a little bit later. So make sure that your messages land in the manner that you would like them to land. There could also be some sort of a challenge on the road, maybe. So some disruption on the road. Maybe you're in a rush to get somewhere and things are not flowing very smoothly, because that is an aspect that's going to be happening in Mercury retrograde, just as an FYI. Someone might be late also. Let's say you're supposed to catch up with your mom and she might be late, or she might not make it for your meeting because, I don't know, there's been an incident on the road. New moon in Leo, 24th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, trining Saturn and Neptune. I feel like this is an interesting new moon. This can bring in a fresh start from a financial situation perspective. So like a new source of income or a new beginning when it comes to money and expenses and finances. But somehow it feels like this could also be connected with the past. Maybe you're starting to monetize, I don't know, like a skill that you've wanted to monetize for a while, that you've been developing for a while, but you haven't gotten around to it, or you've just been postponing it, and now it's finally happening. It could feel like you're finally building up this resource, and potentially also this source of income, and it is potentially something that's going to yield revenue for the long term. However, this is just the beginning, so I would not expect money to like start flowing in all at once. Give it time. Give it time. This could also be the beginning of a very fruitful business collaboration, potentially with someone that you have already worked with in the past, or potentially you've just kind of like talked about this in the past and it never came about yet. And alas, this new moon is happening with Mercury retrograde. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The new moon, however, is in opposition to Pluto. So you would probably be very wise to take into account the maybe tax considerations, the financial implications of whatever it is that you're agreeing with. I feel like there could be some terms and conditions. I feel like there could be some elements that you're not necessarily thinking of, or that are sort of like hidden from view. So my recommendation would be to dot your I's and cross your T's. And if you need legal advice, pay for it, because it's probably going to be worth it. There's also a possibility that you might start working with someone new, and as a result, you might need to cut off an old business partner. And you might not know exactly how they're going to take it. Probably not very well. Probably they're going to feel betrayed. That's possible. That is possible. You might also feel ready to transform your sort of like entire approach to joint assets and shared assets and shared resources, and you might need to take some dramatic action in this regards, possibly also from a legal standpoint. 31st of July until the last week of August, Venus is transiting Cancer. I love this. This is going to be a great time for you, my lovely Cancerians, my fellow Cancerians. I'm looking forward to it because, hey, I'm a Cancer rising myself. So Venus is going to be in Cancer until the 25th of August, making life extra sweet, extra enjoyable, making us extra open to socializing, going out with friends, and also extra inclined to be nice and kind and gentle and diplomatic with family members, friends, pretty much everyone that we interact with. And we are going to be charmers. I'm looking forward to that because I have to say, folks, I've got a lot of Aquarius in me. And yeah, like many times in my life, I feel like I'm the exact opposite of charming. So who knows, I might benefit from this transit as well. 31st of July, Mercury Cazimi. A great day to sign any sort of like papers or to talk about anything involving money, but also deals, sales, purchases. This is also a great day to potentially have an interview, talk about what you have to offer to someone. It's a great day to toot your horn, as they say. And if you do need to make a sale or a purchase or sign anything, this is your day. Leos, Leo suns, Leo risings. What's going on, Leos, in July? Well, the month kicks off with the moon transiting through Libra, 2nd, 3rd of July. Essentially, you're probably going to have some sort of like a short trip to make. You might be in a very talkative mood. Also 3rd, but especially on the 4th of July. So 3rd, 4th, Venus is coming together with Uranus in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. So this these couple of days might actually bring some surprising, I dare say even shocking developments when it comes to bosses, when it comes to people in positions of power in your life. So it could be managers, bosses, important clients. There is a possibility that someone could act very much out of character. There is a possibility that they might do some really unpredictable things. I would not be surprised if some bosses would leave. I would not be surprised if there were significant changes at the top of the company. I would basically expect the unexpected when it comes to these people in your life. It could just be also that you are going to shock someone of this type. You might have like a surprising announcement to make to your boss, and they could feel like it's coming out of nowhere. There could also be some, I dare say, auspicious but potentially unexpected developments when it comes to the industry and the sector that you are active in. Generally, my lovely Leos, if you feel like this is going to change everything, you are probably right. Last but not least, you might have an aha moment when it comes to an important person in your professional life, and you could sort of like go either way with this. You might decide, yes, this is my person and I want to work with them for like years to come, or you might say, nope, I am done with the collaboration. Neptune is going to go retrograde on the 4th of July in your 9th house, and on the 13th, Saturn is going to go retrograde in the same part of your chart. So I feel like you've been going through some changes in terms of connections with foreign lands, foreign countries, your worldview, your life philosophy, your connection with mentors, your maybe like legal status or your involvement with courts of law since the spring. So Neptune went into this part of your chart in March and Saturn end of May. There might have been some surprise announcements, some new developments on this front as well, potentially, I repeat, regarding your connection with foreign lands, maybe regarding your legal status. And on the 4th with Neptune going retrograde, and then on the 13th with Saturn going retrograde, I feel like the changes are either like slowing down, or they're being put on hold, or you are getting time. You're getting time, Leos, to take in everything that's been going on. in these sectors from the spring onwards, I feel like this is also a good time to reflect upon how the meaning of your life has changed, I'd say. I know that sounds super philosophical, but the ninth house is a philosophical house. Uranus on the 7th of July, this is big. Uranus goes into Gemini, 7th of July until the 7th of November, and it's giving you a preview of the next pretty much 7 years, especially from the spring of 2026 until 2032, Leos. It's giving you a preview of how your plans, goals, views, especially when it comes to the future, are going to change. It's also giving you a preview of how your tribe, your circle, and your communities are going to shift. They're going to go through major disruptions. You might welcome completely new people in your life. There could be new friends coming in, new tribes, new communities, out of the blue, all of a sudden. But there could also be people exiting. Uranus can have a very sort of like breakup oriented energy if you realize that some people do not match. I was about to say your energy, but more than your energy, if you realize that they do not match your views and your perspective upon the future, you might actually be very quick and radical. Uranus is radical in cutting them out. 7th of July also, Venus trines Pluto, a great day to go on a date, a great day to meet someone from a romantic perspective, a great day to have an important conversation with a partner, a great day to transform the relationship with your significant other or with a friend, a great day to strengthen a connection with someone, especially a partner or a friend, and maybe even a business partner, I'd say, because Venus is the ruler of your house of career. I feel like you are ready to do things differently in a relationship, be it a friendship relationship or a collaboration. And this day, the 7th of July, actually makes things super smooth. It helps you. Venus trining Pluto. 10th of July, full moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I feel like this is a culminating point for you work-wise and health-wise, Leos. So you might be wrapping up a job. Some of you could be saying goodbye to a job. Some of you could be moving to a different team. Some of you could be potentially receiving a round of applause and a lot of maybe like acclaim from your colleagues, your coworkers, maybe even your clients for a job well done. If you are changing jobs, which is a possibility, some of you could be wrapping up a job. I feel like you're going someplace different where you're paid better, where you're going to grow and develop in very practical ways. You could also be completing some sort of a work-related project that maybe involved collaborating with people from abroad, or that maybe involved a lot of traveling. And I feel like you are somehow relieved to be completing this. Saturn is also in a harmonious aspect to Uranus, so I feel like there could be more work coming up for you based off of the job well done. That is the sort of like theme of this full moon. Health-wise, it feels like you're completing maybe like a course of like treatment. Maybe you've been handling a health related issue. Maybe you've been approaching this differently. Maybe you've been investing money into it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a health issue. It could be a wellness issue. So let's say you've wanted to improve your stamina and you've been very disciplined and consistent with going to the gym, discussing things with your dietitian, and now you are seeing results. So I feel like you are seeing the outcome of a job well done health-wise as well. Some of you could also be experiencing that aha moment in regards to how much your mentality has changed, how much your worldview has changed when it comes to health and wellness and well-being. Is it possible you could travel for work around this time? Potentially, some of you Leos, especially the risings, the answer is yes, yes, yes. It is possible. 18th of July, Mercury goes retrograde in your own sign. My lovely Leos, let's see what else Mercury rules for you. It rules your 11th house and your 2nd house of income. So, what's cooking? I feel like it's a good time to slow down and to not rush and to not jump into anything when it comes to making financial commitments or when it comes to making plans for the future that you can't get out of and that could affect your financial situation. So if you do commit to anything, Leos, that's going to cost you money or that has a financial component to it, I would read the terms and conditions. I would make sure that you have an easy way out of it, because after the retrograde is over in August, you might want to get out of this commitment. So make sure that you have an exit route. There can be, of course, the general sort of like Mercury retrograde type of experiences. Friends might misunderstand you. Conversations around money might go down an unexpected path. There could be old expenses coming up to your attention that you sort of like forgot about. Maybe you forgot to like pay a fine and now it's coming back to your attention. There is also a possibility, and this is actually a productive use of the Mercury retrograde, that you might feel inclined to reach out to people from the past, to reach out to friends, to reach out to like old communities that you've been involved with, and there could be actually some lucrative things coming out of you contacting these people. So that's probably a good way to utilize the retrograde energy. Mercury is going to be retrograde in your own sign, so I feel like the theme for this is potentially you changing your mind after the retrograde is over, or you sort of being very convinced about something and then realizing after the retrograde is over that it's either like not what you think anymore or you've had a change of heart. Sometimes it could feel a tiny little bit tough, I want to say, to speak up in public. So if you do have anything that you want to present to the world in public, my favorite day out of the whole retrograde is the 31st of July, when Mercury is going to be Cazimi. Now, this is actually a fabulous day to hold a speech, to have an interview, to do a presentation, to make a big announcement. It's a great day to connect with friends, to go out, to be social, to be surrounded by your people. So out of the whole retrograde, I would take advantage, if you can, of the 31st of July. The 31st of July is also a time of major clarity. I do want to say this. Clarity in regards to what? Clarity in regards to friends, in regards to communities, groups of people, what is valuable to you, and potentially also in regards to what you want from your future. Now, speaking of the future, Venus is going to be transiting your 11th house of goals and plans for the future from the 4th of July until the 31st. So you might actually feel like a lot of pleasure and enjoyment when it comes to thinking about the future, talking about the future, discussing about what's next for you. But I repeat, give yourselves some grace and allow room for a change of heart during the retrograde, Leos. By the way, Venus transiting your 11th house from the 4th of July until the 31st is also fantastic for you going out, having a good time with friends, connecting with people, going to concerts, etc., etc. So kind of like group type of activities. Sun goes into Leo 22nd of July. For the next month, the spotlight is on you. I love this time for you, Leos, because obviously the sun is in domicile in Leo. So you are getting your batteries recharged. You are getting a boost in terms of vitality. You are, of course, going to be the center of attention. All eyes on you. But I repeat, sometimes it might feel like maybe you're having a little bit of a harder time describing things or kind of like forming the most sort of like coherent presentation. So if you do need to present anything to the world, 31st of July. I said it many times. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. There could be a little bit of a quarrel, a little bit of a conflict over different values between you and a friend, or between you and someone that is a part of your community, your tribe. It could even be someone on the internet, because I have seen many times the 11th house play out in the 3D reality as our interactions on social media. New Moon in Leo, 24th of July, trining Saturn and Neptune. a big fresh start for you, Leos. So the new moon is active 3 days before, 3 days after. That involves a significant commitment potentially to someone who is based abroad, a significant commitment that might involve maybe an academic element or like an educational element of some sorts. I'd say. I feel like you have to break the news to someone, however. This fresh start, this new beginning is opposing Pluto in your 7th house. You might need to break the news to someone who is not going to be supportive, or who is not necessarily going to be on your side, or who is not necessarily going to get why you're doing this. I feel like you could also be signing a long-term partnership around this time, or you could be entering a long-term partnership around this time, Leos, and as a result of that partnership, you might need to say goodbye to an old partnership. Maybe you're starting work with a new therapist, for example, and you're excited, and it's someone who can help you build up your sense of self-worth and self-esteem, and it can be a very fruitful long-term collaboration. But alas, maybe you have to break the news to your existing therapist, and they're probably not going to be thrilled with that. I feel like you might also decide to show up in a different way in a relationship, because now you realize how much you've changed and how much more sort of like growth you need to go through. And as a result, there could be some difficult sort of like things that are coming to the surface, maybe difficult sort of like topics or difficult conversations coming to the surface within an existing relationship. The uncovering of a secret is also very possible around this time. A secret regarding a partner, or a secret regarding an adversary, or your opposition, or an enemy of some sorts. Venus goes into Cancer 31st of July also until the 25th of August. So this could be a good time to rest, relax, take it easy, take a break from your career, and maybe just sort of like enjoy getting away from the world as much as possible, or spending time away from the hustle and bustle of the day-to-day. Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. July. What's going on, Virgos? So the month kicks off with the moon transiting through Libra, 2nd, 3rd of July. You might feel the need to focus on sort of like money, financial matters, financial aspects of your life. Potentially, you might spend money on some sort of a group type of activity, or you might treat your friends to like a, I don't know, nice dinner, or you might want to just kind of like pay for something as a treat to someone. 4th of July, Venus conjuncts Uranus, but you might actually feel this energy also on the 3rd. So this energy, 3rd, 4th of July, could bring sudden unexpected developments when it comes to your interactions with people who are based abroad, mentors, professors, in-laws. There could be an unexpected development in the life of an in-law. So all of a sudden they could say, I'm traveling to see you. I've got my plane ticket. Come and pick me up from the airport. And you might be like, oh my God, like I was not expecting this. So there could be sudden developments when it comes to in-laws, when it comes to your relationship with them. You might also have like a big aha moment, 3rd, 4th of July, when it comes to relationships. So it could be almost like a moment of philosophical enlightenment, where you realize that some of your existing beliefs around relationships are no longer serving you, and you are ready to divorce them. You are ready to break away from them. So it could be literally an aha moment. You might also have an aha moment when it comes to any beliefs that you held regarding money. So you might break away from limiting beliefs regarding money and finances, and potentially also regarding your own worth. So if you've been underestimating yourselves, Virgos, which the reality is that I have seen that happen many, many times. I mean, it's true that you are a very critical sign, but you are also very critical towards yourselves, and that can result in challenges from a self-worth perspective. I don't want to generalize, of course, because everyone's chart is different, but I have seen some patterns in this regards. So you might have this aha moment where you say, wow, I'm actually really good at what I do. I bring a lot to the table. Why have I been holding myself back when it comes to how much money I charge? So this could work out in your favor. There could also be an unexpected opportunity to travel coming up around this time. And maybe also very sort of like pleasant, but I repeat, equally unexpected interaction with someone who is based abroad. If you're traveling 3rd, 4th of July, I would not necessarily expect things to go super smoothly. That doesn't mean that they're going to go off the rails and totally sort of wrong, but I would get travel insurance. I would expect delays, maybe cancellations. Maybe you're going to get to spend one more day in your maybe sort of like destination of choice, so to speak. If you were away around this time. Now, also on the 4th of July, there's a lot going on in the sky, Virgos. Also on the 4th of July, Venus goes into Gemini in your house of career. This is a big month for you career-wise, I have to say. I love Venus going through Gemini in your house of career. Why? So it's going to be a transit lasting from the 4th until the 31st because Venus attracts things. Venus can attract clients, work opportunities, positive feedback from a professional perspective. If you're looking for a job, it's a great transit. It's a great transit to also use when it comes to asking for maybe like a raise or a promotion of some sorts. You are going to be very valued and appreciated professionally throughout this period, but also not just professionally. So let's leave career aside for a second. When you're out into the world, when you are involved in your public life, so when you are visible in the world in some shape or form, Virgos. So if you need to make presentations, if you need to connect with people out into the world, take advantage of this transit. Especially, I want to say, until the 18th of July when Mercury goes retrograde. I mean, you can still take advantage of like Venus being in this part of your chart, but Mercury can sort of like Mercury can murky the waters, can muddy the waters. That's the word that I was looking for. Murky waters, muddied by Mercury. Hey, Mercury stuff. So Venus transiting Gemini, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time from a professional perspective, but also in terms of your public status and public reputation. Is it a great time to, I don't know, do a professional photo shoot for your LinkedIn? Yes, also that. Neptune is going to go retrograde on the 4th of July, and Saturn is going to go retrograde on the 13th of July in your 8th house. Now, what does that mean? It means that any sort of like, maybe like challenges or burdens or sense of confusion that you've been dealing with when it comes to taxes, debts, loans, other people's money, shared assets, and shared resources. So between you and a partner, for example, any sort of issues that you've been dealing with from the spring onwards. Neptune went into this part of your chart in March and Saturn went into this part of your chart in May. They're probably going to slow down. You're probably going to have some time to sort of like handle them a little bit better. You're probably going to have some time to process what's been going on and what is it that needs to be worked through. So it's not a full speed ahead kind of period that you're going into in this regards. It's a slow down, take stock, tie up loose ends, revisit what needs to change in order to build a solid foundation in this in this direction. If you've been responsible for other people's money since the spring, or if you felt the extra pressure of handling things like debt or taxes or credit cards, for instance, you might actually feel like the pressure is easing off a little bit. It's possible. It's very, very possible. 7th of July. I told you there's so much going on. 7th of July, Virgos, Uranus, planet of shock, disruption, surprise, innovation, progress, and of the unexpected in general, is going into Gemini in your house of career until the 7th of November. This is a preview, Virgos. This is a taster for the massive changes to come for you career-wise, public status wise, public reputation wise, the massive changes that are coming up all the way until 2032. So Uranus is going to transit Gemini until the first week of November. Then it goes back into Taurus, and then it comes back into Gemini next spring. So see what shows up in your professional life. There could be some sudden, unexpected developments coming up. That doesn't mean that they're bad. It could be that your sector goes through, the industry that you operate within goes through a dramatic shift, maybe because of technological developments, or maybe there's like some sort of like new like invention coming up in your field that promises to change everything. But maybe it doesn't just yet change everything. Maybe you just hear news of it. The change is going to come during the whole transit of Uranus in Gemini, which is going to last until 2032. There could be sudden opportunities coming into your life professionally, big changes at the top in your company professionally. Potentially also, you might feel this like urge to reinvent yourselves, Virgos, in the eyes of the world. So from a reputation, but also from a career perspective. So some of you could feel this sort of like nudge to start planning a career change, or to start planning a change of like image. Even if you don't implement it yet, I repeat, you've got time. You've got time until 2032, my lovely Virgos. 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. Venus in your house of career, trines Pluto in your house of day-to-day work. I feel like you are in the process of completely transforming your day-to-day work. You are also in the process of strengthening successfully. I have to say this. You're in the process of strengthening with tremendous success some incredibly important professional relationships. You might also feel ready to like share with the world some of the big changes that you've made in terms of your health and wellness and well-being, and you maybe feel ready to talk about it, and the feedback is super positive. It's a great day for all things health-related and career-related, especially if they involve a reset of some sorts. 10th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Capricorn. It's a fun time. It is a fun time, Virgos. Why is it a fun time? Because it activates your 5th house of fun. This could be a time when you finally give yourselves permission also to have some fun after a lot of hard work and after running around being super busy with a lot since June, since Mars went into Virgo. Actually, Mars is going to be in Virgo this whole month, so you're still going to be busy. You're still going to have a lot on your plate. You're still going to have to like run around from one place to the other and be like super active and take action and move fast. But I feel like you have accomplished something big around the 10th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, and you deserve a little bit of fun. You deserve a little bit of pleasure, a little bit of entertainment, maybe a lot of all of this. This could also be a really sort of like good time to go out on a date. It could be a time of feeling sort of like good and steady and stable in your romantic life. I feel like you've also worked through some maybe like heavy issues in regards to your romantic life, or in regards to the relationship that you have with children. Also, if children have been experiencing any crises in their life, if you have kids, it feels like things are settling down, and all the action that you've taken to improve their situation or to handle whatever's been going on in their life, that action, all of those actions or like steps seem to have worked the right way. That's the way that I would look at it. Is there a chance for any of you who are trying to have children, to get pregnant, that this full moon could bring news of pregnancy? Yes, 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 absolutely. But it's not enough on its own. It's not enough. Generally, the focus can be on children, either like other children that you work with, or other children that are present in your life, but also the possibility of pregnancy if there's anyone out there trying, let's say. This can also be the time when you complete a creative project, once again very successfully, and it could feel like this was very cathartic in some shape or form, and it probably did require a lot of vulnerability on your end as well, Virgos. 18th of July, Mercury goes retrograde. Did you miss Mercury? I think not. I mean, Mercury retrograde, you probably didn't. So Mercury rules your 10th house of career and public status and public reputation, and your first house. So things might start to slow down a little bit from a career perspective, or you might experience some delays or some challenges in communication professionally with bosses, with higher ups, with maybe people that you thought you would collaborate with super easily, but then Mercury retrograde comes in and it sort of like throws a little bit of a spanner in the works. The retrograde is going to happen in your 12th house, which is a bit more of a challenging house. So things that you didn't see coming might delay your career progress, or might delay you sort of like starting a job, or might delay some of the plans that you had made as part of your career. That doesn't mean that they're not gonna be implemented, but hey, tackle the issues. That's my recommendation, Virgos. There is a possibility you might also be dealing with something from a health perspective, something that you've dealt with in the past, and now it's coming back to your attention. I'm not saying that it's not doable or like treatable. Absolutely not. It probably 100% is. It could even be like a bit of an emotional sort of issue or a mental health issue that's coming back to your attention. Speaking of mental health challenges, you might have some intrusive thoughts. You might have some thoughts that are potentially likely to lead to self-sabotage during this retrograde with Mercury moving through your 12th house. I have to say something, Virgos. You might have heard this in the past. Probably someone a lot wiser than me said it. Don't believe everything you think. Just because it runs through your mind does not mean it is accurate or correct. It doesn't even mean that it's a fact. It could be an opinion, and careful with these sort of like thoughts or opinions, because they could lead to self-sabotage, and you probably do not want that. If you are experiencing some trouble identifying an issue professionally or health-wise, I feel like you could have massive clarity and a sense of knowing what it is that you need to do to tackle it or to handle it, either around the 24th of July or around the 31st, most likely, of July, when the sun is conjunct Mercury. So we've got a Mercury Cazimi. 31st of July is when you see very clearly what is sabotaging your health, your career, your maybe mental health, and what it is that you need to let go of, what it is that you need to clean out of your life. Or if anyone's been making any mistakes, or if anyone's been sort of like pulling the strings behind the scenes and negatively impacting, let's say, your reputation, for example, you might discover them, or you might sort of like catch them in the act around the 31st of July. The sun is going to illuminate what's happening here. Sun goes into Leo, 22nd of July for the next month. Like I said, this part of your chart is concerned with mental health, emotional health, what's going on behind the scenes. So I feel like you're going to have a lot to deal with behind the scenes. You might also have to handle matters that were not so obvious to you over the next month. Is it a good idea to potentially sometimes get away from the world, especially if you're involved in anything creative, if you want to finalize a creative project, if you want to express yourselves in a creative manner, but it feels like the world has a lot of demands from you? My recommendation would be, yes, get away from the maddening crowd and do your work, or create in solitude, let's say. You might feel actually like you want to spend some more time in solitude from the 22nd of July for the next month. Sometimes solitude is the answer, because the world can be very noisy, very noisy. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. Okay, so you might misinterpret what someone is saying. Remember, Mercury is retrograde. So if you feel like someone's saying something that is a little bit triggering, I wouldn't jump to conclusions. I wouldn't rush into saying anything. I wouldn't rush into defense or like standing up for myself, because you could come across as defensive or like extra, so like domineering and pushy, without the situation requiring for that to happen. I feel like you could be in a rush, and that might not necessarily sit very well with either a boss, a client, or generally someone who might pay you. So don't be in a rush. Don't rush. Speaking of rushing, 18th of July until the 22nd, Mars is going to come together with a South Node in your first house. I would avoid rushing. I would avoid doing anything super quickly and impulsively. I would avoid any, and let me say this is not medical advice. This information is for entertainment purposes only. I would avoid dealing with sharp tools. I would avoid getting tattoos. I would avoid, if it is possible, if it's not an emergency, I repeat, this is not medical advice. If it is possible, I would avoid surgery, and I would avoid hot water and fixing things, trying to fix things yourselves, because Mars coming together with a South Node can backfire. So something might malfunction, or there is a risk of like cuts, hurts, like hurting yourselves, incidents involving sharp tools, hot tools, heat, and speed in general. So I'm thinking of cars, obviously. That is what I'm thinking about, okay? Also, tattoos, don't do anything to your body. Also, slow down, and if you can take some time off from the gym, I would take time off from the gym. There is a risk of overexertion and of physical kind of like suffering because of that. New Moon in Leo, 24th of July, in your 12th house, a fresh start in terms of all the things that need to get out of your life. And potentially also in terms of working on your mental health, your emotional health, and of kind of like recognizing what has been sabotaging you from behind the scenes. You might realize that you need to release some old habits, and potentially you might realize that you need to walk away from an existing work environment because it's not necessarily very healthy for you. Why? Because the new one is in opposition to Pluto. You might also discover something that's been sabotaging your work from behind the scenes, as I said. Or the fact that there's been things happening in the background that will have an impact on your day-to-day job. Venus goes into Cancer 31st of July until the 25th of August. This is going to be a really enjoyable time, a really sweet time when it comes to friendships, connection with friends, going out with friends, experiencing maybe things that feel very sort of like soulful, that sort of like tap into your feelings and your emotions together with a group of people. It's also generally a good time to, I want to say, spend money on your future. on your plans for the future. That's how I would look at it. Also, you might travel with friends. Friends might travel to meet you. If you are traveling, you might make friends, or you might reconnect with people from the past. So I am liking this transit very, very, very much, Virgos. And that is July for you. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. July of 2025. What does it have in store for you, Libras? Well, the month kicks off with the moon transiting through your own sign. So that's actually going to happen on the 2nd and the 3rd of July. The moon ingresses into Libra on the evening of the 1st of July GMT time. So you're going to feel this transit mostly on the 2nd and the 3rd of July. What does that mean? It means essentially that you might feel a tiny little bit more sort of like soft and sensitive, and maybe in need of emotional connection, or potentially more inclined to look after other people. On the 4th of July, Venus will do two things. Venus, which is your chart ruler, Libras. First and foremost, it will conjunct Uranus, and you might actually feel the conjunction also on the 3rd of July, but it is exact on the 4th. What's going on? You might feel in the mood, I was about to say, to break up with something, to break up with maybe someone who is no longer aligned with your values, or potentially to shake things up within an existing relationship. And I am going to stick to my guns and say that Uranus is probably going to give you a nudge to liberate yourselves, Libras, to free yourselves up in some shape or form. So you might want to liberate yourselves from something that no longer feels authentically aligned within a relationship. It could be a professional relationship. I am going to say this. You might decide finally to stop working with a client that has been getting on your nerves, for instance. Or you might decide, hey, you know what? I am my own boss. I can play things my way. And it could be a little bit surprising for other people, especially for the person who you break the news to, because they potentially did not see this coming. There is a possibility that you might also experience an unexpected expense. Making its way to you 3rd, 4th of July, Libras. You're probably in the mood to shock people 3rd, 4th of July, and you're in the mood for doing things differently in general. On the same day, on the 4th of July, Venus will go into Gemini all the way until the end of the month, all the way until the 31st of July. Gemini is an air sign, just like you, Libras. Now, you're probably going to really like this transit of Venus going through Gemini, because it might feel like it's really in harmony. It's really sort of like in sync with some of your main goals in general, which is connecting with other people, potentially having meaningful conversations. Speaking of meaningful conversations, you are likely to feel like you either gravitate towards or you attract towards you, Libras, throughout this whole period from the 4th of July until the 31st of July. It may feel like you gravitate towards people who are really smart, who are intelligent, who are good conversationalists, who you have things to learn from, who stimulate your brain, so to speak. This is also a fantastic time, Libras, for traveling, especially long distance traveling. So you might actually see yourselves booking that plane ticket finally, or literally in the mood to explore and to see new things and to think about new things. So my recommendation would be, if you can, to travel. Yes, but I do have to warn you, speaking of traveling, from the 18th of July until the 11th of August, Mercury is going to be a retrograde. Mercury is the ruler of your 9th house of long distance traveling. So if you do travel, especially from the 18th of July onwards, make sure that you double check your passport, plane ticket. Make sure that you leave early for the airport. Make sure that you have travel insurance in case your plane gets, I don't know, like delayed or canceled. Make sure that you have something in the sort of like the cabin bag with you in case your luggage gets misplaced. So generally with Mercury retrograde, things might go a little bit south. In terms of travel, in terms of communications. It's never a disaster. It's like very rarely like a really awful thing. Most of the times it's just a little bit of like extra hassle, extra headaches, so to speak. I stand by my initial recommendation, though. If you want to travel, July is a great month. Or if you want to plan some sort of like traveling, it's also great for that. Venus transiting your 9th house is also going to help you, Libras, when it comes to interacting with people in the following setups. When it comes to interacting with professors, guides, mentors, coaches, judges, people in a legal setup. So it feels like people are on your side. They want to help you with whatever it is that you might need help with. You generally seem to be on their good side, so to speak. On the 31st of July, as I've mentioned, Venus goes into Cancer. Now, Venus is your chart ruler, of course. I did mention this. For most of August, actually until the last week of August, pretty much, it may feel like you are very heavily invested in your career, in your involvement with public sort of like affairs, public issues. You might also feel very focused on improving your reputation, dare I say. So all the way until the 25th of August. You might also feel like you're generally very appreciated and you are seen in a really good light by people in positions of power, bosses, high profile clients, figures of authority. So again, like people that matter for you from a reputation and potentially also from a professional perspective as well. And speaking of professional perspective, if you are looking to attract a better paying job or a job with sort of like more prestige, if you're looking to step up the career ladder, Venus is here to help you. You have to remember that Jupiter is also in your house of career, my lovely Libras, for, pretty much the next year until June of 2026. So 31st of July until the last week of August is a great time to take advantage of the two benefics being together, co-present in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. And I repeat, if you think you can do better, it is potentially one of the best times in the past, I dare say, decade. If you think you can do better career-wise, now's the time to take a little bit of a leap of faith, Libras, or maybe a big leap of faith, because Jupiter likes to do things in a very good sort of large, expansive way. Now I'm going to go backwards a tiny bit. I did mention Mercury retrograde, 18th of July until the 11th of August. This can potentially affect your travels, so maybe you might experience, as I've said, a little bit of frustration, your gates sort of like changing and you running from one gate to the other and saying, hey, wait for me, don't let the plane leave without me. So that is a possibility. The other possibility is that you may feel like it's a good time to travel to places that you've been to before during the retrograde. And I say yes to that. That is a great way to make use of the Mercury retrograde. Mercury is going to, however, be retrograde in your 11th house of friends, communities, organizations, plans for the future. So there is a chance that you might need to put on pause some of your goals and plans for the future, or just expect them to take longer to materialize than they normally would, or just potentially expect to make more, I don't know, like phone calls and send more emails than you normally would have in order to get these over the finish line. There's also a possibility that you may catch up with old friends. You might have the opportunity to reconnect with people from the past, maybe people who you've worked with, maybe old colleagues from university. The challenge with Mercury retrograde in the 11th house is that sometimes it could feel like conversations and communications are not necessarily going as expected with friends, potentially people within the organizations that you're a part of, within the communities that you're a part of. The other possibility is that friends could maybe postpone or cancel or reschedule plans, or you might be the one in need of a rain check. Is that you might be the one who needs to take a rain check? I think that's the expression. I think. So you might have to postpone the catch up with your friends. Neptune this month is going to go retrograde also on the 4th of July in Aries, in your house of relationships and partnerships and collaborations. So have a think about what's been going on in this sector as of March, because Neptune going retrograde is giving you the opportunity to reflect on what it is that you need to release in this part of your life, what it is that needs to be dissolved in this part of your life. 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini in your 9th house until November, until the second week of November. I have to say this, Libras. July until November, you're getting a taster of how radically, how much your belief system, your worldviews, your life philosophy is going to shift all the way until 2032. So pretty much for the next 7 years, you can expect to go through a major disruption and a complete change of course when it comes to what you believe in when it comes to the meaning of life. Potentially also when it comes to your relationship with spirituality, God, the divine, and so on. And Uranus, like I said, is starting to light up those matches, and it's sort of like starting to show you how maybe some of your old, outdated beliefs are no longer serving you. Also, 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I love this day. This is a great day for a date. It's a great day to have fun with friends. It's a great day to socialize. It's a great day to potentially travel, to maybe attend like a concert or a play. And you do seem to feel very inspired by someone in terms of recognizing and acknowledging, hey, I believe in this too, and maybe I was afraid to admit it. 10th of July, full moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon is activating your 4th house, 10th house axis, so private life versus public life. Something's reaching a culminating point. It's reaching a peak when it comes to, and potentially also it's sort of like closing point when it comes to your home life and your family life. So some of you may actually maybe find the home that you are looking to move into. Some of you could be getting rid of a home, so selling it or putting it on the market, or potentially just sitting down with your partner and saying, hey, we need maybe like a bigger house. Or speaking of partners, especially for those of you who are in a relationship, this feels like a time when you may reach some sort of a long-term agreement with your partner in regards to your home life, family life, and living situation. There's also a possibility that you might work together in conjunction with someone else. It could be with a family member. It could be with your life partner. You might work on wrapping up a tangible, concrete project connected with home, property, and real estate. Parents might also experience a culminating point in their lives and potentially say goodbye to something in their lives, maybe connected with work, maybe they're saying goodbye to like a team member, or maybe they're saying goodbye to their existing workplace. I like that Saturn is in a nice aspect, in a supportive aspect to Pluto and also to Uranus. You know what? I feel like there's things going on in the world that are somehow affecting in a positive way, in a beneficial way, your property sector, your real estate sector, your home sector. So there could be, I don't know, maybe developments from the perspective of the economy that support you in some shape or form. Maybe it feels like, okay, the economy is stabilizing and we can put our house on the market. So these are the kinds of things that you may potentially expect, Libras. 13th of July, Saturn goes retrograde also in your house of relationships. I would think about how your relationship sector, not just I really want to stress this out, not just personal relationships, but also professional collaborations, how it's been unfolding since the end of May. Was there anything that came up from the end of May up until this point affecting your relationship sector that felt like some sort of a joint project, or maybe a sense of like duty, or something that brought extra responsibility to your doorstep? Because to me, this says that pretty much until, well, I am going to say until the end of November, even though Saturn is going to re-enter Pisces in September, I feel like you're getting the time to really think things through as to how you're going to attack, let's say, together with your partner, this like joint maybe like project or this responsibility that made its way to you through a partnership in some shape or form. 22nd of July, Sun goes into Leo. Leo season begins. For the next month, the spotlight is placed on your friendship sector and also on your goals and plans for the future. Now, we do have to remember that for the most part during this Leo season, Mercury is going to be retrograde. So to me, it says that you're going to have the opportunity, Libras, to focus on old goals, old projects, maybe to revisit old goals and projects and see if there is anything that you need to kind of add to them, or like tweak or polish in regards to them. Or let's say you've been postponing for a long time. I'm just going to give an example. Let's say you've been postponing for a long time to maybe like travel somewhere and handle some financial matters connected with your family, connected with your roots. And now during Leo season and with Mercury retrograde, it might feel like, okay, this is it. Now's the time to do it. Let me just book those plane tickets. Let me figure out what's going on with the inheritance from my family, with the family estate. So that's one example. 23rd of July, I will say, you might feel the energy also the day before. Venus squares Mars. There is a chance that you might have a little bit of a conflict over maybe different values, but also different worldviews and different beliefs. You might have a conflict with someone who is kind of like criticizing the way that you see life, the way that you see reality, the way that you approach the big picture of your life, so to speak. There is a possibility that this person might also challenge your approach to financial matters. Speaking of financial matters, there could be maybe an expense that you have to handle that you were not aware of, that you did not know of, and you might feel a tiny bit frustrated. It could be connected with legal matters. It could be connected with traveling. It could also be connected with a professional relationship, I'd say. Speaking of a professional relationship, I do feel like there could be a bit of tension, a bit of friction in this regards at this point in time. 24th of July, new moon in Leo. This is a great time to set goals and intentions for the future and to actually, if you ask me, reach out to the people who can help you turn them into the real thing, who can help you bring them to life. There is a chance you might also be connecting with someone who you're going to work with for the long term. There is also a chance you might enter into a new community, but it may not feel like it's 100% new. Maybe you've heard of it so far. Maybe you've always wanted to join, I don't know, like a book club or like the local gym. And now you decide, hey, this is my time. I am joining. I am entering this new community. I'm becoming a part of it. I feel like you're excited about the future. You have many reasons to be, because you have strong support in terms of what you want to accomplish. 25th of July, Sun opposes Pluto. I don't necessarily like this day. It could be that you find out something that is a bit challenging in regards to one of your children or in regards to one of your friends. I feel like either a friend or maybe a child or a loved one is going through some sort of crisis and you just heard of it, and maybe it's been going on for a while now, but they never told you, and you might feel like maybe they didn't trust you enough, so you could feel like your ego is taking a bit of a hit, I'd say. Last but not least, 31st of July, Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury Kazemi Day. This is a beautiful day to speak in public, to connect with friends, to attend a social event, to organize a social event, to make a big presentation, to make a big, I don't know, like speech or something like that. It's a great time to take an exam, maybe to apply to university, or to, if you're involved in any sort of legal matters, to take the major step, the necessary step that you need to take when it comes to anything involving paperwork, documents, or like interviews in some shape or form. And that is Libras. Now let us move on to Scorpios. Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. My dear Scorpios, July of 2025. What's cooking? What's going on? So 2nd, 3rd of July, the moon transits your 12th house. I feel like you need to potentially get a little bit away from the world. You might feel like you want to retreat in your own bubble. You might feel like there's things going on behind the scenes that require your attention. 4th of July, Venus conjuncts Uranus. You might also feel this energy the day before, so 3rd, 4th of July. Someone could surprise you. It could be, who could it be? It could be a partner, it could be a life partner, a business partner, it could be your therapist, it could be anyone that you work with in a one-to-one capacity. So they might surprise you how? Maybe it feels like they're acting out of character. Maybe it feels like they had something up their sleeve that they did not warn you about. Maybe it feels like they're sort of like disrupting your peace somehow, or they're disrupting the predictable flow of events that you were getting ready for. So they might want to change things at the last minute, cancel plans, do things totally differently. And I don't believe it's a bad thing. I mean, I do believe actually things could turn out really well if you play along. If you do not play along, then that could be a tiny bit challenging for the connection, for the relationship. Now, there's also a possibility that, for instance, your therapist tells you, we can no longer work together because I'm moving to a different country. So someone could kind of like take you by surprise, and it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, but it may involve a complete sort of like change when it comes to your prior relationship dynamic that you had with this person. 4th of July until the 31st, so right after Venus conjuncts Uranus, so pretty much until the end of the month, Venus goes through Gemini in your 8th house. Now, let's say this. This is a fantastic transit for one of the following, or several of the following. But do keep in mind that this is not financial advice. This information is for entertainment purposes only, and you are completely responsible for your financial decisions. So this transit is generally considered to be quite auspicious when it comes to investments. So you might see the value of investments going up. You may feel like you want to sell some of your existing investments if you invest in stocks or anything like that. You might also feel like you potentially attract some good opportunities when it comes to investing in general. You might feel like it's easy to attract other people's like resources and maybe even like funding in some shape or form. So if you're looking to apply for a scholarship, for a bursary, if you're looking to get investors, this transit is very helpful. You might also be really quick to share your resources, to share what you have with others, and maybe to help others from a financial perspective. And I feel like you will do this with a really, really, really open heart. This transit is also generally fantastic for intimacy. Wink, wink. So do make the most of that. And if you've been dealing with any sort of like issues when it comes to taxes, debts, credit cards, inheritance matters, insurance related matters, then Venus is generally one of the transits. The transit of Venus is one to look forward to because it's a very sort of like soothing, calming, harmony-inducing energy. So let's say you've been struggling to get your mortgage approved. Venus comes in and you might hear back that your mortgage has gotten approved. Venus is also the ruler of your house of relationships, however. So with Venus transiting the 8th house, I feel like you might need to figure out something potentially sensitive. It could be money related. It could be related to any other sensitive topic within your relationship sector. You might need to figure it out by talking about it until the end of the month. Speaking of talking about it, Mercury, which is the ruler of this part of your chart, is going to go retrograde from the 18th of July until the 11th of August. So we have, what is it, like 3 weeks of Mercury retrograde. The talks might not necessarily go as expected, or they might take longer than expected between the 18th of July until the 11th of August. And I would make sure that the person who you are sending messages across to gets whatever it is that you are trying to say. They haven't misunderstood. So check in, make sure that you are on the same page. Speaking of Mercury retrograde, Mercury is going to be retrograde 18th of July until the 11th of August. In your house of career, public status and public reputation. Scorpios, what does that mean? It means that you can potentially expect to hear back from old clients. You might hear back from old employers throughout this period. You might reconnect with people that you worked with. You might feel like it's important to be present once again, or to be more vocal within the professional communities, groups, and organizations that you are a part of. You might feel like reaching out to people from the past yourselves, Scorpios, especially people that you are connected with in one way or another another from a career perspective. If you are looking to hear back from bosses or managers or leaders, don't expect things to go super quickly during Mercury retrograde. There might be a need to have a little bit of like back and forth, to negotiate things further, to be patient, to send several like messages and to check in on a regular basis before things fall into place. And if you're looking to start a new job or a new role from a career perspective, Scorpios, which is actually a possibility, because you're also going to have a new moon in this part of your chart on the 24th of July, which is going to be active 3 days before, 3 days after. Basically, if you're starting a new role, and if you've talked about it before, if you knew that this was coming, if it was just kind of like a matter of time for it to fully materialize in your life, then that's totally fine. But if you're starting a new role, generally during Mercury retrograde, there is a high chance, a high possibility that your job description might change, or your boss might change. You might have thought, oh, I'm going to report into this person. And alas, during the Mercury retrograde, or right after the Mercury retrograde is over, you realize, nope, I actually have a completely different line manager. So do be mindful of the fact that Mercury retrogrades can result in reversals, especially if you start off something during the retrograde. Also, possibility if you're starting work with like a new client, or if there's like a new project on your radar during the retrograde career-wise, especially around the 24th of July, which is a new moon in your house of career. So there is a high chance that this could be happening. I feel like this client could change their mind in terms of what they expect of you, maybe after the retrograde is over. So there is a possibility that you might do some work, and then when the retrograde is over, you might have to redo it, or your client, as I said, have gone in a completely different direction, and now they want you to put aside whatever it is that you've worked on and, I don't know, like start off with a clean slate, new strategy, and so on. So just something to be aware of. If you're signing any sort of like papers career-wise, if you are signing any contracts that impact your professional life, your public status, your public reputation in any shape or form, do be mindful of the fact that there could be typos, there could be mistakes, and things might need to get redone during the retrograde. I did mention that Mercury is also the ruler of your 8th house. There is a possibility that there could be some financial matters that sort of like take longer to figure out during the retrograde. You might also take advantage of this retrograde. How? By reaching out to old clients, by reaching out to old employers, by maybe redoing your LinkedIn, your portfolio, your CV. So that's actually a great use of the retrograde energy. Mercury is also the ruler of your 11th house, so people from the past coming back into your life, especially friends and people who can be helpful somehow from a career perspective, my dear Scorpios. There is a chance that if you haven't said something to someone in a career setup that is worth saying, Mercury retrograde is going to give you that chance. Are you going to feel comfortable? Maybe yes, maybe no. Part of me feels like you might be a tiny little bit uncomfortable, let's say. So Venus transits Gemini, Mercury goes retrograde. These are probably some of the most significant transits of July, my dear Scorpios. There is another very important transit, and I do want to ask for forgiveness rather than for permission. Because I'm going to be jumping between dates. There is one transit in particular that could be a little bit more challenging for you, so a little bit stickier. From the, let's say, 17th, 18th of July until the 22nd. I would go for like the 17th until the 22nd of July just to be on the safe side. Mars is going to be very close to the South Node in the sky. Mars is your chart ruler. This might be a time when your energy levels are going down. It is not a great time to overwork yourselves. It is not a great time to maybe go for like sporting activities together with your friends. It's not a good time to go to like a, I don't know, like a football kind of match, or to like play football, or to like play sports and games, especially if they involve playing in a team. This is also not a good time to move quickly and to jump into things quickly and to take speedy sort of like actions and to sort of push the pedal to the metal, metaphorically and literally, because the South Node can be an energy that contributes to undoing. So Mars coming together with the South Node says, yeah, no, you could undo yourselves, Scorpios, by taking too much action, by overdoing things, by trying to move things along really quickly. Mars is also very strongly connected with your health, with your physical body. By the way, this is not health advice. This is for entertainment purposes only, what I'm sharing. So please listen to the advice of your doctor health-wise. Mars coming together with the South Node is not necessarily the most constructive or productive energy when it comes to surgeries or any sort of like medical interventions that require heat or sharp tools. So maybe it's not the best time to go to the dentist. I mean, just putting it out there. Maybe it's also not the best time to get any, I don't know, like Botox done or anything involving needles. I know Venus is not retrograde, but Mars and the South Node together are not a good combination for heat or sharp tools, needles, etc. So yes, this is just one to kind of like be a little bit on the lookout for. And Mars in Virgo can be a bit prone to sort of like inflammatory conditions when it comes to the stomach, intestine, especially intestines, pancreas, gallbladder to an extent, liver maybe to an extent as well. Eat lightly if you can, or don't listen to me at all. I mean, again, entertainment purposes only. You do you, Scorpios. Now I'm gonna go back in time, and I hope you're not gonna hate me for doing things sort of like this way. Neptune is gonna go retrograde on the 4th of July in your house of day-to-day work. So pretty much this is a good time from the 4th of July onwards until December to take stock of whatever it is that you need to release, or whatever it is that needs to be dissolved in the workspace. Maybe it's your connection with certain people, maybe it's an old way of working. It could also be that you need to let go of some existing habits that are not serving you. 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini as well until the 7th of November. So this is a preview of a longer transit that's actually going to last until 2032. Uranus is kind of like shaking things up when it comes to finances, especially joint financial matters. So if you have any sort of like financial dealings with other people, such as you've got a credit card, or you've got a mortgage, or you have a spouse and you have a joint bank account. Uranus comes in and says, hey, I have total and complete novelty for you. Things are gonna go radically different. Uranus is a transpersonal planet, so I feel like this is not necessarily something that you could have predicted or your partner could have predicted. There is a chance that things might change drastically for your partner from a financial perspective. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but I did want to mention that. Also, 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I feel like this is a very sort of like good day, a very maybe like healing day when it comes to repairing the relationship with a family member. It could be with a parent. It could also be with your significant other. If you have a partner, I feel like a relationship is reaching a much deeper level of trust, because maybe the other person feels like they can open up to you and you're not going to judge them. 10th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Capricorn, activating your travel and learning access. So this could be a time when you take a short trip. Maybe you need to go to a different city. Maybe you need to go for a longer commute. You do seem to be on the road potentially, or planning to be on the road. This could also be the time when you successfully pass an exam. It's a great time to take exams. It's a great time to put your knowledge to the test. Speaking of putting your knowledge to the test, it feels like you are coming up with some really strong and practical and long-term solutions for maybe some work-related matters. It does feel like you are collaborating very nicely, very successfully with other people in the workspace, maybe with a larger team. You could be presenting something publicly, and it's probably going to land very well because, again, you seem to have your kind of like practical hat on, and it shows, and people are like, yes, we're going to do things your way, Scorpio. I do believe this could also be the time when you complete a chapter of learning that's going to help you, once again, in very concrete, tangible ways from a professional perspective. Other things that could be going on here, you might fix your car. You might wrap up a process of fixing something around the house. Maybe you're welcoming people in. There could be some sort of an event in the neighborhood that you attend. Maybe it is something quite service oriented. So maybe you join the local community and you go into the neighborhood and you clean up the local park, and it feels like there is this strong sense of like satisfaction and fulfillment coming from the fact that you have achieved something. 13th of July, Saturn goes retrograde. So Saturn has entered your house of day-to-day work and health. End of May. Have a think about what's been going on in these sectors in your life since the end of May. Did you become aware of some of the maybe like new tests, duties, responsibilities, tasks that you sort of like need to take hold of, take control of, and manage? Or was there anything that you've been dealing with since the end of May from a health perspective that felt quite serious, that felt like something that you should probably focus on for maybe like the next sort of like a year or so until you figure it out? Saturn going retrograde is going to give you the time to reflect and really take things in and say, okay, this is my task health-wise, or this is my work related kind of like test or challenge or new duty that I need to fully embrace, even though I might feel a little bit scared. Mercury, I've mentioned it's going retrograde 18th of July, and 22nd of July, the sun goes into Leo in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. So your focus is going to be on these topics pretty much until, for the next month. Until the second half of August, Scorpios. I did mention the new moon in Leo, 24th of July, so this could bring in a new maybe role, a new job, a new beginning from a work perspective, but it feels like it could be connected with the past somehow. So maybe you're going to work on an account that you've worked on in the past. Maybe you're going to work with an employer that you've worked with in the past. 23rd of July, and you might also feel this the day before, Venus squares Mars. I feel like you could be bickering a tiny little bit, maybe with a friend or maybe with your significant other over the way that they do things that affect your goals and plans for the future. There could also be a sense of like tension and friction within a group type of setup. So if you're attending 22nd, 23rd, a group event, maybe it feels like there's tension in the air. Maybe it feels like not everyone's getting along. Maybe you can kind of like pick up the vibes and you're sensing that there's something going on that is not sort of like smooth and calm. 25th of July, Sun opposes Pluto. You might be fully aware of something that has been developing in your home life and your family life, maybe even in your home. Something that feels intense, something that feels like a tiny bit of a crisis. And you might be wondering, how did I not know of this? Or how did I not see this coming? It feels like things are shifting somehow at home. It could also have something to do with the fact that you're ready to move away from your existing setup from a professional perspective, and maybe you haven't yet revealed this to your family. And when you do reveal to your family, maybe there is someone in the home that is not necessarily as enthusiastic or as excited because they realize, oh, you're going to be spending less time at home with us, or you're going to have less time for us, or this is going to affect us as well. Maybe we need to move, for instance. 31st of July, Venus goes into Cancer until pretty much the last week of August, until the 25th, if I'm not mistaken, but let me just double check. Yes, until the 25th of August. I love this transit, Scorpios, for travel purposes, for learning purposes. It does feel like your relationship sector is kind of like seeing a drastic or a dramatic improvement. You're on the same page. Once again, you're kind of like finding meaning and looking at the big picture of life in a similar vein, in a similar manner. This transit is also very helpful when it comes to improving relationships with judges, teachers, mentors, guides, in-laws also. And 31st of July, Sun conjunct Mercury. We've got a Mercury Cazimi. This is probably the day to sign contracts, the day to accept jobs, the day to maybe schedule interviews, the day to make big presentations, the day to kind of like launch that website that you've been working on for a long time, especially if this is something that's been in the making for a long time. So the Mercury Cazimi day is probably the sort of like the exception during the Mercury retrograde cycle, when you can do all the things that sometimes Mercury is known to throw a spanner in the works for. And you do seem to have tremendous sort of like clarity of mind as to what is genuinely important for you from a professional perspective and from the perspective of how you're contributing to society. That is Scorpios. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. What's going on in July, Sagittarians? So the month begins with the moon transiting through Libra. You're going to feel this, especially on the 2nd and the 3rd of July. These couple of days, you might feel drawn to connect with friends, to spend time with people that are close to your heart, to spend time with your tribe, so to speak, Sagittarians, and you might also actually feel quite at peace about how the future seems to unfold for you. So you might feel quite at peace when it comes to thinking about the future and what's to come. 3rd, 4th of July, Venus is going to conjunct Uranus. There can be some sudden developments in the workplace. Someone could leave unexpectedly. Maybe an employee or a collaborator or maybe even a client could tell you, hey, my plans have changed. I want to do things differently. It's not mandatory for someone to leave, but it could just feel like something is taking you a tiny bit by surprise when it comes to this person. I repeat, it's probably someone connected with your work. So you might sort of like need to like scramble and find a solution quickly. There is also a possibility that you might come up with an unexpected solution yourselves, Sagittarians, when it comes to something that just popped up in the workspace completely out of the blue. Also on the 4th of July, Venus goes into Gemini all the way until the 31st of July. This is actually a really supportive transit when it comes to any relationships in your life that you might have. Personal relationships, friendships, professional relationships, relationships with anyone who you work with, kind of like one-to-one. So I'm thinking of your therapist, your personal trainer, your financial advisor. Relationships in general are likely to see an improvement when Venus transits the 7th house. You might feel like it's easier to get along with people. You might feel like people come into your life with all sorts of like good, beneficial solutions for the problems that you're dealing with. There is a high appetite for connection and collaboration and for a meeting of the minds more than anything else. This is also a very good transit for those of you who are single and who are looking to meet someone, to connect with someone on this front. So from the 4th of July until the end of July, my recommendation would be, yes, go out on dates. Yes, make the most of this time. It's a good time to also make an effort romantically. Now, making an effort could literally be getting out of the house, saying yes to, I don't know, like an invitation. That could be one form of effort. Now, there is also something else going on this month connected with relationships, and that is Mercury going retrograde. And I do have to give a shout out to this retrograde. It's going to start off on the 18th of July until the 11th of August. It will happen in your, let's see. It will happen in your 9th house, and it will affect your relationship sector, your travel sector, Sagittarians, and your career. Now that's a lot of sectors, but hey, what can I do? Mercury rules your 7th house of relationships and your 10th house of career. So you might experience some delays, some postponements, some maybe detours from a professional perspective from the 18th of July until the 11th of August. From the perspective of your collaborations with others. So let's say you had agreed that you are going to work with a client for the entire summer, and all of a sudden they reach out to you during the retrograde and they say, yeah, you know what, we're just going to put this project on hold. So you might just have to wait longer for things to kick off. There is a possibility that you might hear back from people that you've worked with in the past. There is a possibility that you might feel inspired to reach out to people who you've collaborated with in the past, professionally or personally. There's also a possibility that together with your significant other, if you're in a relationship, you might need to figure things out connected with legal matters, or connected with traveling, or maybe connected with your partner's family, I'd say. You might even have to travel together with a partner. It could be your spouse. It could also be a business partner. You might have to travel for professional purposes. Any sort of legal matters are probably going to experience a delay over the summer. Sagittarians, I would make sure that you've filed in the correct paperwork. I would make sure that you are in touch with the right people if you're waiting to hear back from someone on the legal front. Also, any sort of academic matters might experience delays and detours and a sort of like convoluted path to you reaching your goal. You might need to possibly file some papers once again. You might need to call in several times and say, hey, don't forget about me, and so on. And also there is a possibility that travel plans might change, or you could experience maybe delays, cancellations, things of that nature during the retrograde. I also feel like I have to say this. Mercury retrograde is very rarely a disaster. Most of the times it just gives us a bit of headache. It is a good time to tie up loose ends. It is a good time to revisit old projects, but it's not necessarily the best time to kick things off unless it's something that has been in the works for a long time and now it's finally coming together. So Mercury retrograde is probably one of the most important transits of July, Sagittarians. Now I'm going to do what I sometimes do and go back in time, metaphorically speaking, go back to the beginning of the month. So 4th of July, Venus goes into Gemini, and also Neptune goes retrograde in your 5th house. There's a chance that for pretty much the rest of the year until roughly like the second week of December, Sagittarians, you might need to go through a process of kind of like acceptance and integration and processing of any of the new developments that have been unfolding in your life from a creative perspective since March, from the perspective of your children, if you have children, but also from the perspective of passions and hobbies. So maybe you've been kind of like falling out of love with some passions and hobbies, and you've discovered some new hobbies since March, and the Neptune retrograde is saying, okay, maybe now's the time to kind of like slow down and figure out what needs to be let go of, what you can hold on to, what is worth investing energy into moving forward. 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini in your house of relationships until the second week of November. This is a preview of a longer transit, Sagittarians, all the way until 2032. So you're getting a roughly like 6 months sort of preview, or like a taster. Let's see, July, August, September, October, 5 months, like a 5 months long taster of how your partnership and relationship sector is going to be disrupted and is going to experience a tremendous sort of like shakeup, a tremendous process of being reset over the next 7 years. Now, a shakeup and a disruption is not necessarily bad. It can be a very constructive thing. It means that things were not kind of like functioning in a manner that was aligned with your authentic selves anymore, Sagittarians. So yes, there can be some unexpected developments coming up into your life 7th of July until the 7th of November in your partnership sector, in your collaboration sector. And this, I repeat, can have something to do also with business collaborations and kind of like professional relationships, one-to-one relationships in general. There is also a possibility that partners, business or life partners, could experience unexpected developments themselves, and that actually seems to affect not just their life, it seems to affect your life also. 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I like this. This is a very romantic day. It's a great day to have deep, profound conversations with people that you trust. It's also a very romantic day in general because, hey, Venus is involved. And I feel like it's romantic, but more in a sort of like mental kind of way. So someone kind of like stimulates your mind, and that feels really hot. Let's put it this way. You can also be very persuasive on this day if you do need to persuade someone of anything that you're selling, so to speak. I'm using selling in inverted commas because maybe you're not actively selling something, maybe you're just kind of like trying to get them on your side. 10th of July, full moon in Capricorn. This puts the spotlight 3 days before, 3 days after also on your financial sector. You might need to make a big payment. You might receive a big payment. You might pay off some debts. You might also make a big payment towards a matter that is very close to your heart, or maybe towards something connected with children. Maybe you're making a big purchase for one of your kids. It feels like a big investment, but you seem to be happy to do so. You seem to feel really at peace with making this financial investment. I feel like this is also a time when you are receiving applause and accolades, so to speak, for a job well done from a professional perspective. Speaking of your professional life, 18th of July until the 22nd, my recommendation would be to not rush into anything, to not jump into anything, to not take unnecessary action, to slow down and to reflect and to not move quickly, because Mars is coming together with a South Node. So you might regret taking impulsive action or doing too much or being kind of like overly active. Sometimes it's better to wait. 18th of July until the 22nd is one of those times. Saturn goes retrograde also on the 13th of July, so it's probably going to give you until the end of November time to reflect on the new sort of roles, duties, and responsibilities that you are kind of like faced with when it comes to your interactions with children, when it comes to the children's sector in general. You're probably going to have to deal with these like new duties and new tasks all the way until 2028, Sagittarians. So maybe do take the time to kind of like think through how you're going to approach them for the long term. 18th of July, Mercury goes retrograde. I did mention that. And 22nd, the sun goes into Leo. So for the next month, the focus is going to be on your travel sector, long distance traveling especially. You might also think about the big picture of your life. You're focused on kind of like making sense of your life and taking a taking an approach that is aligned with the sort of like intuitive guidance that you're receiving, let's say. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. You might also feel this on the 22nd. There could be a bit of an argument. There could be a sense of like tension and friction and frustration in the interactions that you have with a boss, a leader, an important client, but also maybe with a collaborator. New Moon in Leo, 24th of July, some sort of a fresh start connected with traveling, foreign lands, foreign countries, maybe also connected with your academic path or connected with legal matters, especially the ones that affect your children or your children's sector. This could also be the time when your kids start a new chapter altogether from an educational perspective. Maybe there's like good news and you're looking forward to it and they're excited, albeit a little bit scared because maybe it's a big sort of like shift for them. Maybe they're stepping into something that feels major for them. 25th of July, Sun opposes Pluto. This can be a day when planes get canceled, trains get delayed, something's going on the road. It could also be a time when hidden information comes to the surface, especially connected with neighbors, siblings, cousins, or in-laws. 31st of July, Venus goes into Cancer in your 8th house all the way until the 25th of August. This is actually generally considered to be a great time for investments and for attracting money and resources from others. So if you need to, I don't know, get someone to fund your ventures, or if you need an investor, or if you need a business partner with a lot of financial potential, Venus can attract that towards you. Now, this is not financial advice, so please take it as I don't know, information for entertainment purposes only. Venus transiting the 8th house can also be a beautiful time to connect with someone on a deeper level, especially with maybe like a friend, a good friend, or someone that feels like family, that feels really close to your heart. It's a really supportive transit for intimacy. There is a possibility that a friend might need your help. They could need your help in terms of emotional support, but also in terms of maybe some sort of practical support. And 31st of July, Sun conjunct Mercury. This is probably the best day in the whole of the Mercury retrograde cycle to travel, to book trips, to apply for any sort of like academic studies, to make a presentation in an academic or educational environment, to run a marketing campaign or a promotional campaign, and maybe to speak publicly about what you believe in, my lovely Sagittarians. And that is July for you. Now let us move on to Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. My dear Capricorns, what is going on in July? So the moon is going to be transiting Libra 2nd, 3rd of July. It actually goes into Libra on the evening of the 1st of July, GMT time. So the first few days of the month, you're probably going to be very focused on your career, your public status, your reputation, and you might actually navigate professional matters intuitively, so to speak. You might trust your gut, you might trust your instinct. 3rd, 4th of July also, you're probably going to feel very strongly the contact between Venus and Uranus in your 5th house. So what could this be? A romantic partner could surprise you if you have a romantic partner. If you don't have a romantic partner, then you might feel smitten with someone all of a sudden, out of the blue. There is a possibility, if you've been dating someone, that they might act a tiny little bit out of character, so you might not see this coming, you might not see their reaction coming. They could also surprise you in a good way, so in an auspicious way, because after all, Venus is in domicile in Taurus. Your child, if you have children, might make a surprise announcement, something out of the blue that you, again, could not foresee in any shape or form. It's a great day to be, or like a great kind of like couple of days to be spontaneous when it comes to fun, entertaining plans. It's a great couple of days to say yes to things that you would not normally say yes to from a romantic perspective. So to drop everything and, I don't know, take a day off and go for a hike with your significant other, or like take a spa break, I feel like you can sweep someone off their feet. If you feel like it, of course. And you might feel like it even though you don't see it coming, Capricorns. For the majority of people, this might not necessarily feel like the easiest of astrological events, but for you, I feel like it could actually be really fun. You could even get like a surprise invite to something that you didn't see coming, so I'm liking the energy. Also on the 4th of July until the end of July, until the 31st, Venus goes through Gemini. Venus transits Gemini in your house of day-to-day work. I mean, we know you care about work, Capricorns. We know that. We know that. Give me 1 second. Which is why you might feel really excited to hear that work is going to be extra enjoyable throughout this period from the 4th of July until the 31st. Why? Because Venus generally brings harmony and pleasure and good collaboration. So you might collaborate very easily, very nicely. You might play really nice with your colleagues, with your team members. If you're looking to attract clients or talent, so if you're looking to hire someone to work for you, then this transit is superb, and I do recommend taking advantage of it, especially before Mercury goes retrograde on the 18th of July. So especially from the 4th until the 18th. Generally, you might be very creative in the workspace, and you might come up with solutions that work for everyone involved in the workspace, especially from the 4th until the 31st of July. And if you're looking to get a new job, once again, I would take advantage, especially of the period between the 4th until the 18th, because after Mercury goes retrograde on the 18th, things might be like a tad slower job-wise in terms of what's available on the market. Venus transiting your 6th house is also really good when it comes to, I mean, why is it good? Because Venus is one of the 2 benefic planets, so it makes things more enjoyable. All planets have something to teach us. Saturn, for example, is a stern taskmaster. Venus is kind of like soft and sweet and holds her hand, and Venus in Gemini is gonna talk you through things in a pleasant way. So Venus can help you enjoy your health related routines a lot more. And if you're thinking, maybe I should hire, I don't know, like a personal trainer, or like a coach, or like a nutritionist, or like a therapist of some sorts, this transit of Venus through Gemini is probably going to draw towards you the kind of person that is going to work for you. So really nice thing to make use of as well. Also, 4th of July, Neptune goes retrograde in your 4th house of home all the way until December. Saturn is going to go retrograde in the same part of your chart on the 13th of July. Basically, what's happening, Capricorns, is there might have been some developments at home, in your home life, in your family life, or connected with your property sector. There might have been some new developments kicking off either as of the end of March or end of May, or both. Have a think about what was going on last week of March as well as last week of May, because if there was anything new that came to your attention, especially new in terms of something that you need to get rid of at home, or something that you need to leave behind, or some sort of a duty or task or responsibility, the retrograde of both Neptune and Saturn are kind of like allowing you to make a plan, to process things, to think about how you're going to handle these matters for the next few years, at least until 2028. So do see this as a gift, the gift to plan, to prepare, and to think about how things are going to change, because they are very likely going to change at home. And also that could be connected with people, as well as the actual like living situation that you're in right now. So use the retrogrades to think ahead. 7th of July, Uranus goes into Gemini. I mean, this is also very important. There's a lot of important things going on in July. Uranus is going to be in Gemini for 5 months until November, until the 2nd week of November. This is giving you a taster, Capricorns, of how your work sector is going to experience a radical shift, a kind of like a complete reset, a reset that is focused on new, maybe technologies, on developments in the digital sphere, maybe in the sphere of communications, maybe also in the sphere of sort of like ideas, all the way until 2032. So expect a revolution in the workspace, Capricorns, pretty much until 2032. You're gonna probably have to learn to work differently. There's gonna be new tools, as I said, new technology, and you are getting this sort of like taster of what's to come so that you can plan once again. I mean, if there's one thing that works for Capricorns generally, it's planning. You're getting this taster so that you can plan for the next 7 years, work-wise. Also, 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. This could bring an unexpected, maybe, source of income into your life. It feels like you're very appreciated. You're kind of like very well liked in the workspace. Maybe a client really likes you. Maybe you're doing a great job. I'm not saying that they like you, I don't know, romantically. I'm saying that they like what you're bringing to the table. They like the fact that you are a very kind of like deep, profound thinker. They like the fact that you are aligned with the changes that are to come in the work sector that you're active in. I'm also liking the fact that you seem to have this sort of like insight as to how you need to change your approach in order for things to work out favorably for you in the workspace around the 7th of July. And it's not that they're going to work in your favor just on the 7th of July. They're probably going to work in your favor moving forward, maybe even for years to come. But the 7th of July is actually a very, very important day with important ideas that I would even write down. On the 10th of July, we have a full moon activating your first house of identity, and it is going to be in a harmonious aspect to Mars. Saturn, which is the ruler of the full moon, is going to be in your 4th house of home, sextiling Pluto. This is a culminating point for you from a personal perspective, from a personal development perspective, Capricorns. I feel like you are really satisfied with the work that you've done. When it comes to one of the following or several of the following, you might be very satisfied with the work that you've done on yourselves. So on kind of growing, on kind of like outgrowing old patterns, on shedding your skin, so to speak, metaphorically. You might be very happy with the way things are looking for you from a health and like physical perspective. You might have done a lot of work to release some sort of like inner resistance that was holding you back from building the life that you know you want in the long term. You might feel very seen also on this day. Seen by who? Maybe seen by a family member. You might finally feel appreciated. You might finally feel like they can tell how much effort you've put into making things work. You might also step into an important role for the family. So it could feel like it's a role of sort of like leadership, management. I don't know if that's appropriate to use in the context of like family matters, but I feel like you are in that position already, and it's only a matter of this kind of like being acknowledged kind of like publicly. This could be a time when you realize things are shifting for you because there's a new beginning on the horizon from a living situation perspective. And maybe it's not something that you are going to jump into immediately. It could even be something that happens next year, but you could realize, hey, this is coming. I need to prepare. I need to plan. I need to let my family know. And I do believe you are actually very invested in this thing happening. Things are working really well between you and someone else relationship-wise. I feel like the relationship with a family member or with a significant other is functioning beautifully. I feel like they get you, you get them. You feel, I repeat, very seen and very validated and very appreciated. And I also believe you might feel ready, finally, to take some sort of big risks, Capricorns, in your personal life. Mercury retrograde 18th of July until the 11th of August. Probably one of the most important transits of July, but I did say there's a lot of important stuff going on. So Capricorns, for you, Mercury rules the 6th house and the 9th house, and Mercury is going to be retrograde in the 8th house of other people's money and shared assets and finances. So let's put it this way. 18th of July until the 11th of August, do expect things to go slow, especially when it comes to communication concerning money, taxes, debts, mortgages, loans, and so on. There could be some delays, mistakes, challenges in communication when it comes to investments, when it comes to other people's money, when it comes to matters connected with inheritance or insurance. So if you feel like things are not where they're supposed to be, do not hesitate to reach out once again to the right people. Do not hesitate to like send all the emails. Do not hesitate to take the bull by the horns, but also don't expect things to work overnight. There might also be a feeling of things kind of like being put on pause when it comes to financial matters, especially financial matters that involve other people's resources. Your partner might experience a little bit of a frustrating time when it comes to their finances if you are in a relationship. It is a good time to sit down and to revisit the financial sector together with a life partner or with a business partner. There may be some sort of a financial issue at work. Maybe someone says that they didn't get paid the right amount of money. Maybe they say, oh, you've made a mistake in I don't know, like one of your reports. And I do feel like Mercury retrograde could ask of you to start digging and start looking into this. There is a possibility if you haven't been taking care of a health issue that's been on your mind for some time. So I don't see this as being a new thing. It could have been on your mind since last year, since 2024, that it could resurface during the retrograde. So I would be mindful of that. By the way, this is not medical advice, so please take the advice of your doctor. This information is for purely entertainment purposes only. If you're traveling, Mercury is also the ruler of one of your travel houses. I would just make sure that you've got travel insurance. I would just make sure that things are not lost in transit. I would just make sure that you've read the departure time correctly on, I don't know, like on the ticket, and that you do not miss your flight. So these are some of the things that I would generally be aware of during the retrograde. The sun goes into Leo 22nd of July. So for the next month, the spotlight is going to be on shared assets, investments, financial matters that involve other people. So there's a lot that is going on in this sector, including a new moon that's coming up on the 24th of July, my dear Capricorns, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This new moon is in a harmonious aspect to Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like you could actually experience a bit of a fresh start when it comes to maybe the family budget, or when it comes to a matter involving other people's money, such as receiving the green light for a mortgage, or receiving that loan that you needed to work on the home extension that you wanted to work on. It also feels like things can work better between you and someone else, someone that you're really close to, such as either a partner or a family member, because you're now aware of maybe what is important to them and what is valuable to them, and also what makes them afraid. You're aware of that on a much deeper level. So you can kind of like work things out together. There can be this feeling of a fresh start, a fresh cycle for you Capricorns. Also when it comes to the sector of investment. So if you do have any investments, maybe it feels like things are taking a turn for the better after maybe like a long wait in some shape or form. And if you've been looking to make any sort of like transformations at home, this new moon is giving you the nudge to do so, especially if you've been postponing them. Remember, Mercury is retrograde. Sun opposing Pluto 25th of July. Maybe you have to manage a financial matter that is not something that you saw coming. I feel like you could also need to disappoint someone from a financial perspective and tell them, I'm not paying you this much for this service. You might be very set in your ways and not really flexible on this financial matter, and you might even be willing to let someone go. I'm thinking of, I don't know, like an accountant or like a person who's kind of like offering a service in exchange for money in your life. I feel like you're probably not going to let this go, and unless they change how much they charge, you're probably going to look someplace else. It's possible. It is very, very possible. Secrets coming to the surface connected with money and finances, or you might be revealing some secrets to someone else connected with your financial situation. Are they going to be happy? I don't think so. They might be wondering, why didn't you tell me this before? That's on you, Capricorns. You probably had your reasons. And 31st of July, Venus goes into Cancer until the 25th of August. This is a beautiful time for relationships, for dating, for spending time with romantic partners, for meeting a romantic partner. But it's also a very beautiful time from a relationship perspective in general. Venus is the ruler of your house of career, by the way. So if you want to sort of like woo someone, who even uses that word? If you want to charm someone into working with you, and I'm not saying that you're not offering like a great service or like a great sort of like product if you have your own business, people are more inclined to say yes to you from the 31st of July until the end of August. And connecting with others is probably going to feel really good and enjoyable. And 31st of July, Sun conjunct Mercury, a moment of clarity, a Mercury cazimi, a moment of clarity when it comes to what needs to transform in your life, what needs to transform in your like health sector, what needs to undergo a transformation also when it comes to your approach to money and finances and joint assets. This is a good time to receive money and financial support from others, maybe to like sign the papers for like a mortgage or a loan, or to get rid of credit card debt potentially. Great date, 31st of July. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, July of 2025. What does it look like for you? Well, Aquarians, the month kicks off with the moon transiting through Libra on the 2nd and the 3rd of July. Actually, it goes into Libra on the evening of the 1st of July GMT time. So for the first few days of July, you're probably going to be focused on potentially looking at the big picture of your life. Maybe also connecting with people who make you feel inspired, I'd say. Then on the 4th of July, but you might also feel this on the 3rd. I do want to add the disclaimer in. Venus comes together with Uranus, so you can expect possibly a little bit of an unpredictable development at home, maybe in connection with one of your family members. Maybe someone out of the blue tells you, hey, we have this plan that we did not tell you about. So do expect the unexpected. I know I'm packed with cliches when it comes to family members and when it comes to developments in the home sector. You might also feel like you just want to do things differently somehow when it comes to your home life. So all of a sudden you might decide, I'm going to get rid of this furniture. I'm going to buy, I don't know, like a new bed. So you might feel like changing things up, like switching things up. There can also be unexpected developments when it comes to in-laws around the 3rd, 4th of July. So they might let you know out of the blue that they're going to travel to see you, or that they're no longer going to join you on the trip that you had planned together. So that's also very, very possible. So changes of plans when it comes to home and family related matters. Also on the 4th of July until the 31st, Venus goes into Gemini in your 5th house. And I love this transit for you Aquarians because it means that you're probably going to have some fun for the rest of the month. You might have some fun connecting with people who stimulate your mind, people who bring exciting ideas in your life, people who maybe... I mean, this could be fun. We're not here to judge, but you might really enjoy spending time with the people who bring the gossip into your life, who have access to the latest developments, and they're getting you up to speed. Saying that, Venus transiting your fifth house is also a really enjoyable transit when it comes to improving relationships with children, when it comes to improving relationships with romantic partners. Speaking of romantic partners, this is a great time to go out on dates, to plan something nice, maybe even to plan a trip with a significant other, or to plan a romantic getaway with your I don't know, new romantic interest. If you are planning to travel, however, it doesn't matter who it is that you're traveling with. Remember that Mercury is going to go retrograde from the 18th of July until the 11th of August. So make sure that you can be a tiny little bit flexible. Maybe like your plane gets delayed or something along those lines. Venus transiting the fifth house can also bring you creative ideas, creative solutions when it comes to figuring things out in the home sector, but also when it comes to figuring things out in a manner that is auspicious for other people involved. So not just for you. I feel like you're really enjoying yourselves, Aquarians. Saying that, Uranus is also going to go in this part of your chart on the 7th of July. So we've got Venus first, kind of like sweetening the deal. By the way, relationships with children are probably going to go really smoothly. You might get along much better, much more easily with them, especially if you have, I don't know, like teenagers or like people who like talk back to you, like children who talk back to you. Uranus goes into this part of your chart, 7th of July. All the way until the 7th of November. This is going to give you a little bit of a preview of the years to come, of the big changes that are to come in your children's sector, in your romantic life, and when it comes to your passions and hobbies and creative projects. Uranus is going to stay in Gemini initially until November, yes, but then it's going to stay there from like April 26 until 2032. So pay attention to probably especially the month of July when it comes to new developments, new energies, new ideas, new people, sudden changes, sudden developments, unpredictability, volatility. I repeat, when it comes to your kids, when it comes to children, when it comes to pregnancy potentially, when it comes to your romantic life, when it comes to your creative passions and hobbies, because these sort of like sudden developments that you might become aware of from the 7th of July onwards are probably here to stay and are probably here to change your life for the next 7 years. Now, Uranus is the king of things happening abruptly and unexpectedly. So whilst Uranus is transiting your fifth house, there could be out of the blue pregnancies, for example, or sudden shifts when it comes to your romantic life, or a complete change of tastes when it comes to what you enjoy doing. So sudden is the keyword, and unpredictable is the second sort of like keyword. So a lot going on in your fifth house. Neptune is going retrograde on the 4th of July, and Saturn is going retrograde on the 13th of July. They're both going retrograde in your third house. Now, what does that mean? It means that some of the maybe sort of like themes that came up when it comes to your education, when it comes to your relationship with siblings, when it comes to your local community, your neighborhood possibly, maybe also when it comes to communication in general, some of the developments that you've been experiencing initially since the end of March, but also last week of May, they're probably going to kind of like slow down. With Neptune going retrograde and then Saturn going retrograde, they're going to slow down and they're going to give you time to process. They're going to give you time to process what exactly? How you need to maybe communicate differently moving forward, how you need to maybe prepare yourselves, Aquarians, for some shifts when it comes to the relationship that you have with siblings or cousins or neighbors or the local community. If there's anything that you need to start learning, Is there anything that you need to start learning about your physical body? Is there anything that you need to kind of prepare for in terms of your body working differently? Is there anything that you need to implement when it comes to how you look after your body? And maybe you don't have all the information yet. Maybe you need to investigate. Maybe you need to do research. Maybe you need to enroll on a course. I feel like Saturn and Neptune going retrograde are here to give you a little bit of time to prepare, to make a plan, and to embark upon this longer journey, because Neptune's going to be there for a long time. I mean, Saturn's going to be in your third house until 2028. Neptune is going to be there, yeah, for a long time, for pretty much the next decade, essentially, even a little bit more than that. You might also need to prepare for a shift, but again, you're being given time, so use it wisely. You might need to prepare for a shift when it comes to your commute and kind of like day-to-day kind of like transportation and short distance trips. So maybe a new car is on the horizon, or you really need to consider whether it's worth like repairing the one that you've got, fixing the one that you've got, or just getting a new one altogether. 7th of July, Venus trines Pluto. I love this day. Go out, have fun, celebrate. I feel like there's something to celebrate. Celebrate your success and your achievements when it comes to matters that are important for you, home-wise, family-wise, romantically, matters that are important for you from a children perspective if you do have kids. So maybe you can celebrate the fact that your child is now, I don't know, getting ready for university, and you are preparing to be an empty nester, for example. I feel like you have a very deep, very profound connection with someone around the 7th of July, someone who gets you, someone who kind of like sees beyond the facade of maybe like the more, I don't know, like intimidating kind of like exterior that you show up with in the world. And you are in a very, very creative mode as well. Mood. This can also be a very healing sort of day. Healing, why? Because it feels like a weight is being lifted off your chest, maybe after like discussing with someone about something that's very, very important to you. 10th of July, active. 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Capricorn. I feel like this is a good time for you to rest. It's a good time to take some time off. You might be feeling a bit worn out. You might be feeling a bit drained. You might be feeling like it's time to go on holiday. It's time to maybe take a breather. You could be completing an important project work-wise, but I also feel like health-wise or like wellness-wise, you could benefit from resting and sort of like letting go of all the pressure that you've been putting on yourselves, Aquarians. Something could be coming to the surface, something that you are not aware of. It could be health related, it could be work related, and now you know, and you can kind of like work towards managing this situation. There might have been some developments behind the scenes, and now you're fully kind of like aware of them, especially in the workspace, but also in the health sector. And they seem to indicate to you, okay, this is going on. This is going to change things. What new information, what new learning journey do you need to embark upon? What new information do you need to find? And what new sort of like learning path do you need to embark upon in order to manage this this situation? If you need help with anything health-wise, work-wise around this time, I would not hesitate to ask, because it does seem to me like you are going to get help. You can get help from a variety of people. You can get help from cousins, siblings, neighbors, even your partner, I'd say. 18th of July, Mercury goes retrograde in your house of relationships until the 11th of August. Now, for you Aquarians, Mercury rules your 5th house and your 8th house. I feel like there's going to be old conversations resurfacing in your life surrounding the topic of money, of finances, of children, and joint assets, joint resources. So it's possible if you're in a relationship that your partner might say, okay, let's sit down and figure out whether we have the budget to, I don't know, keep on sending our kid to swimming classes. It is a good time to open up the conversation if you have some maybe suggestions around money and like family budget, to open the conversation with your spouse. Mercury retrograde in your seventh house is not just about relationships with your like spouse and life partner. It's about communication with other people generally being a little bit wobbly, maybe suffering a tiny little bit, maybe because you need to explain yourselves more, maybe because you need to check in with these people and see whether they've really gotten the message that you are kind of like trying to send across. I feel like sometimes there could be misunderstandings. I feel like sometimes things could be lost in translation. I feel like sometimes maybe you're a little bit left hanging. There is a possibility that other people might reschedule things, especially romantic partners, but also anyone that you're working with in a one-to-one capacity. And if you want to make the most of the Mercury retrograde, I would sit down and think about, what is it that you've been meaning to say to people? What is it that you've been meaning to say to your, I don't know, accountant? What is it that you've been meaning to say to your kid? What is it that you've been meaning to say to your spouse? And maybe you just didn't have the time or the guts to do so. This retrograde is offering you that opportunity, I dare say, Aquarians. Also, 18th of July until the 22nd of August, Mars is coming together with a South Node. Careful. I know I just recommended that you open up the conversation about maybe matters that have it on your mind. Careful what words you use, and careful not to be overly critical, because overly kind of like sharp words could be misinterpreted as kind of like unconstructive criticism. This is not a time in which I would recommend jumping in head first when it comes to investments, or when it comes to getting like a loan or a mortgage. On the contrary, by the way, this is not financial advice, and you are completely responsible for your financial decisions. This information is pure entertainment. Mars coming together where the South Node says that you might make some quick but not necessarily very constructive decisions when it comes to finances, debts, taxes, and so on. Now, if you're really quick to help someone with money, which you might be throughout this period, so 18th of July until the 22nd, there is a possibility that you might regret it. Not because you didn't have the best of intentions in terms of helping them, but because somehow it seems to maybe kind of like cause more issues further down the line, or somehow kind of like backfire. So hold your horses when it comes to helping others with money specifically. Sun goes into Leo 22nd of July, so for the next month, the focus is going to be on other people, collaborations, partnerships, business partnerships, but also on your competition, on your adversaries, on who you need to be mindful of in terms of, kind of like opposing you. 23rd of July, Venus squares Mars. Maybe you're having a little bit of an argument over finances, or over some sort of a secret with your kid, or with a family member, or maybe even with someone in an educational kind of setup. I feel like there can be some tension and some friction around money specifically. Let's put it this way. I would not be very quick to jump into something romantic around the 23rd of July. I would kind of like slow down, and I would also be very mindful of the fact that your actions could be misinterpreted. New moon, 24th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after in your house of partnerships and collaborations. I feel like this could be the beginning of a fruitful business partnership, or of a fruitful collaboration with a very specific, tangible goal. It could be that you start working with a personal trainer. It could be that you start working with a coach. It could be that you start working with someone who can teach you how to drive, for example. So I feel like you've got something tangible to learn from this person, or you have like a material goal of some sorts, like an end goal. 25th of July, Sun opposes Pluto. Someone is not happy with you. Why? With your maybe withholding things from them, and you might feel a tiny bit exposed around this time. So if you've been trying to keep things under the radar and stay mum, I do believe whoever it is that you are hiding things from is probably going to find out. Venus goes into Cancer 31st of July until the 25th of August. This is really nice, really supportive when it comes to your work. You're probably going to enjoy your work. You're probably also going to enjoy taking care of your health, physical, emotional, and it may feel like you're somehow kind of like putting yourself into the service of family members throughout the next, what is it, like more than 3 weeks. 31st of July until the 25th of August. And 31st of July also, we have a Mercury Cazimi in the whole sort of like Mercury retrograde chapter that I've flagged to you already, Aquarians. This day is the one to keep in mind if you want to sign contracts, if you want to send a message, if you want to have an important conversation, if you want to get on the same page with someone over a sticky, sort of like challenging matter. This is the day to sit down and to agree on things. This is also a time when you might have major clarity about where a relationship is headed and what it is that you need to prioritize in terms of communication so that this can actually function. And last but not least, Pisces. Pisces suns and Pisces risings, my lovely Pisces. July of 2025. I was about to say 2026, but I'm jumping ahead. What does this month have in store for you, Pisces? Especially Pisces risings. The month kicks off 2nd, 3rd of July, but you might even feel it on the evening of the 1st. The month kicks off with a moon transit through Libra in your 8th house. I feel like intuitively you're sort of like focusing on kind of like other people's maybe like challenges or problems, or you might be willing to help. You might feel the need to like jump in and look after them if they're dealing with something difficult, especially emotionally speaking. Then on the 4th of July, but you might also feel this on the 3rd, Venus comes together with Uranus in your 3rd house. To me, this says that there could be an unexpected development on the road. There could be something that malfunctions. It's possible that it might malfunction with your car or with your bike if you use a bike, or with your scooter if you use a scooter to, I don't know, like commute to work. Something is not functioning properly. There could be some sort of a sudden kind of like development that requires you to change your course of action. There is a chance that something could break. There is a chance of an unexpected incident on the road, not necessarily involving you. I feel like you're in a good place, but just something that requires you to maybe go down a different route so that you can get into work. There can also be a sudden maybe encounter that you have that you did not. Yeah, you're not prepared for. 3rd, 4th of July, you just bump into someone maybe that you haven't seen in a long time in the local coffee shop or at work or when you go to, I don't know, the bank. And it feels like this person has like a strong effect on you. So you're like, I don't know, maybe they give birth to some like strong feelings. Maybe they trigger some strong feelings or some strong memories. Nevertheless, I feel like there is an element of also pleasure and enjoyment to this. Siblings, cousins, neighbors could have sudden news, sudden sort of like unpredictable things that they want to share with you, maybe about their plans, maybe about what's next in their life. And on the same day, also on the 4th of July, Venus goes into Gemini until the 31st. This is generally a really nice transit to take advantage of. How? By spending time with family, by hosting people at your home, by welcoming family members into your home, but also by welcoming generally like people into your home. So I feel like you might enjoy hosting. If you want to travel to go see family, this is a good time to do so. Maybe you want to, I don't know, go for a long road trip and just kind of like stay overnight at your mom's for instance. This is also a very beautiful time when it comes to beautifying or like decorating or improving from an aesthetic perspective the house, your home, your property, if you have like maybe, I don't know, like several properties. And speaking of several properties, you might be called to kind of like experience life in a different sort of like setup this month in terms of living situation. So maybe you're considering, I don't know, working remotely for a month and just kind of like leaving your hometown, or like leaving the usual place of residence and working from someplace else, for example. I feel like you need a change of like energy, of like vibe in your home and living situation. I'm also giving you kind of like subtle nudges. Speaking of a change of vibe, of a change of energy in the home sector, Uranus, planet of innovation, revolution, disruption, surprises, is going into your home sector on the 7th of July. It's going to stay there until the 7th of November to start with, and then it's going to come back into this part of your chart from April of 2026 until 2032. So this month until November, you are probably going to experience maybe some sort of like sudden jolts. They could materialize in the form of ideas. So like a thought crosses your mind. They could materialize in the shape of people. Someone comes into your home and all of a sudden they bring in this sort of like fresh vibe, this fresh energy. So from now until November, I feel like there are some unexpected developments unfolding in your home sector, in your property sector, and in your private life in general that are probably going to impact this part of your life for the next 7 years. And I know that's a long time. Generally, Uranus likes to break free, and it likes novelty, and it likes to step away from the old. Out with the old, in with the new. So you are very likely over the next 7 years probably going to live in a different environment, probably going to leave a home behind, probably going to break away from your existing sort of like circumstances, home and living situation wise. And that is why I recommend keeping a close eye on the month of July and seeing sort of like what pops up and what like sudden shifts seem to happen here. Because even if you don't leave your house, I don't know, in 2025, even if you don't sell your home in 2025, based off of what's going on July of 2025 until November, you're probably going to make some long-term decisions from 2026 onwards. There are several retrogrades happening this month. Pisces, 4th of July, Neptune goes retrograde in your house of income, and 13th of July, Saturn goes retrograde in this part of your chart. It feels like things are sort of like slowing down a tiny little bit when it comes to some big shifts, some big changes, some big new beginnings that have started to materialize in your financial sector as of this spring. So as of this spring, you might have become aware of the fact that you're letting go of an old source of income, or maybe even of an old attitude towards money, of an old approach towards money and expenses. There might have been kind of like new expenses coming in, new financial duties and responsibilities coming in, probably from like May onwards. And now with the retrogrades, the universe is giving you some time to plan, to prepare for the next good few years, at least until 2028, from a financial perspective. What are your goals? Do you need to get it together? Do you need to rein in your expenses? Do you need to maybe make some purchases? Because sometimes you need to spend money to make money. Do you need to like buy some things so that you can make money moving forward? So let's say that you have your own business. Maybe you need to make some big investments. You need to buy some new equipment. So the Neptune and the Saturn retrograde are saying, they're giving you this sort of like breather until November, December, especially from like the end of November throughout December, Pisces. They're giving you this sort of like breather where you can kind of like get things in line and get your financial sector in check, and maybe kind of like tie up loose ends before some of these bigger changes start taking effect. They're probably going to start taking effect a great deal, so very sort of like visibly in 2026, but you might already kind of like have like an intuition as to what they will be, because this transit, like Neptune in Aries and Saturn in Aries, these two transits have kicked off this this year. So we've got Neptune retrograde, Saturn retrograde, and we have a third retrograde, ladies and gentlemen, folks, everyone who's tuning in. We have a Mercury retrograde, 18th of July until the 11th of August. Now, Mercury rules your 7th house of relationships and your 4th house of home. Mercury is going to be retrograde in your 6th house of day-to-day work and maintenance and repairs. I feel like you need to repair some things. 18th of July until the 11th of August, you might need to fix some things, repair some things, replace some things around the house. Maybe you need to get rid of that old fridge finally because it ain't working. You have to make peace with it. Or maybe you need to fix the floor. Maybe it's I don't know, a little bit like wobbly. I feel like you are going to focus on repairs around the house. You might also need to focus on repairing some relationships, Pisces, from the 18th of July until the 11th of August. Now, maybe they're not broken. Maybe they're just in sort of like standby. Maybe you haven't nurtured these relationships. They could be relationships with colleagues, clients, coworkers, but also with maybe your significant other, maybe a business partner, maybe you haven't checked in with them. There could be some additional work for you there. So this is actually a great retrograde to reach out to old clients, to reach out to old employers, to reach out to old business partners, maybe also to reach out to some people that you've worked with in the past, from a health perspective, because they might be able to help with whatever it is that you're dealing with right now. I do believe that there is a possibility that things could slow a little bit down for you in terms of some relationships that you thought would move at a much faster pace. That's okay. It's only temporary. Maybe people do need, I don't know, to tend to some other things before they can focus on whatever it is that you are working on together. If you're looking to hire someone, if you had some plans in the workspace, especially when it comes to managing a team, Mercury retrograde is saying this is going to take longer. Or maybe you find the right person, but they can only start in August as opposed to now when you need them. So you might need to like slow down with some work projects or put them on hold or just sort of revise the timeline. These are the retrogrades of the month. I'm going to go back in time. I do apologize because I know some people absolutely hate it when I don't do this in chronological order, but I had to tackle the retrogrades because they are pretty big in July. I'm going to go back to the 7th of July. Venus trines Pluto. A beautiful transformation of the relationship that you have with someone is underway. Maybe it used to be a problematic relationship. Maybe you did not get along at all with one of your like cousins or with one of your parents, and now it feels like you get them, they get you. You could also find out some things about a family member that were buried, that were hidden, and you seem to have that sort of like aha moment. It's like, oh, wow, this is why they were acting in the way that they were acting. This is why they were so closed off, for example. So I feel like this day is a beautiful day for the positive transformation of a relationship. It can be a very cathartic time, I'd say. From a more practical perspective, this can be a great day to sort of decide on how you're going to change things up around the house from an aesthetics perspective. 10th of July, full moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon puts a spotlight on your goals, which I feel like you are achieving like no one's business, Pisces. You seem to have accomplished something big. It seems to have required a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of dedication. It was not easy. Maybe you felt unprepared. Maybe you were fearful, and boom, you did it. So I love this. I feel like you did not accomplish this alone. You had help, you had support, you had good people on your side. This could be a very sort of like important achievement from a material perspective, from a financial perspective, and it could also be a very important achievement in terms of how your material sector is going to look like for the long term. It can be a time when you get together with friends also, and maybe you celebrate something that feels like a success, like a win. Maybe it's your success, maybe it's their success, maybe it's all of your wins, which I feel like it could very well be. I also believe that you achieved this thing. I keep on talking about achievement with the help of a strong sort of like partner that did some heavy lifting. This can also be the time, if you have kids, when it feels like your child has accomplished something important. I almost feel like saying that your investment in their education and sort of like raising them to be the person that they are was worth it. Now, I am chuckling a little bit because obviously, like all parents, they do what they can. There's no guarantees. I mean, like parenthood is a very complex and complicated journey, but sometimes the wins of children can very much feel like the wins of like parents as well, and I feel like they are, like to a very large extent. Maybe they are. Mercury retrograde, we tackled this. 22nd of July, Sun goes into Leo. So for the next month, the spotlight is going to be on your work and your health. You're going to be very busy on both fronts. There was something that I wanted to mention from the 18th until the 22nd. Mars is coming together with the South Node. I would not be quick in spending money. I would not be quick in spending money on an advisor, on a consultant, on a partnership, on anyone, really. I would slow down. I would not jump in. I would not throw money at a problem because it might actually backfire. This is not a great time, if you ask me, for traveling. It's not a great time, especially for like any sort of like business traveling. It's not a great time to sign any business agreements. It's not a great time to handle matters of a legal nature. On the contrary, my recommendation would be to wait and to not rush. And this is also not a good time to get into fights with anyone because there might be quite a bit to lose, including from a financial perspective. Now, unless you have a lot of Aries in your chart as well, my dear Pisces, because clearly we all have a lot of energy in our chart from different signs, then you might not be the fighting type as they say, but sometimes you might feel triggered. Sometimes you might feel like you have to push back. Speaking of pushing back, 18th until the 22nd of July, maybe this is overkill, but I would stay away from situations that could potentially feel physically dangerous. Better safe than sorry. I'm not saying that anything's going to happen. You're very likely going to be A-okay. You're probably going to be great. But again, just keep that at the back of your mind. 24th of July, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your 6th house, potentially a new project, maybe work-wise, that involves working with someone from the past or a new project for an old client. This could also be a fresh start for you health-wise, but I feel like you've already thought about this fresh start. So if you've been thinking, should I hire a personal trainer? Should I go to, I don't know, like a chiropractor, you might feel ready to do so. So I believe you've planned this fresh start somehow. You might have even postponed it somehow. If you're starting a new job, which you might, do keep in mind that Mercury is retrograde, so the job description might change at the end of the retrograde. Or you could just, I don't know, like push the start. If you get the offer around the 24th of July, which you might, you could potentially push the start to August if you can. Obviously, this is not financial advice. This is for entertainment purposes only. 25th of July, Sun opposes Pluto. I'm not liking this day. I believe you're finding out something, maybe connected with a colleague, maybe with a client, maybe with a health practitioner that really rubs you the wrong way. Maybe it feels like it's something shady. You might also discover something that was sort of like shoved under the rug, and it could be a pretty big thing work-wise. So I believe you might I don't want to say you're gonna panic, but I believe you might be a bit like, what do I do? A little bit stressed out in the workspace. 31st of July, Venus goes into Cancer all the way until the 25th of August, actually. You're going to love this. It's a great transit for romance. It's a great transit to enjoy life, to enjoy your romantic life. It's a great transit to be creative, to listen to your heart when it comes to doing the things that make you happy. Romantic relationships are going to benefit from this. If you're not in a romantic relationship, this transit can attract a romantic partner, and connections with loved ones and with children, which are also loved ones, can see a dramatic improvement. 31st of July, Sun conjuncts Mercury. This is the Mercury Kazemi day, in which you might come up with really brilliant solutions for your work. Also, you might have clarity as to what it is that you need to do next in terms of a health matter, if it's been on your mind. Now, it doesn't mean that you are in ill health, not at all. This could be a day when you realize, oh, this is what I need to do to be in better health, in better sort of like shape, in like tip-top health and wellness. As much as you can be, Pisces. I feel like this can be, out of the entire sort of like retrograde cycle of Mercury, this can be the day to talk to someone in the workspace, have an important conversation, say yes to a job offer, maybe even start that job if you did receive a job offer. If you've been postponing it, this is a great day to jump in, because there's clarity. There's like an illumination of what is real, I'd say. And you are very creative. You are brilliant in the workspace on this day. And if you have something to say it, because it's probably going to dazzle people. And that is Pisces for July. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in. It is my pleasure to deliver these forecasts for you every single month. And remember that if you want to work with me, I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. I am a full-time consulting astrologer. You can purchase a consultation with me via my website, written in the stars-astrology.com. It's also in the pinned comment and in the description box. If you are active on other social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok, I do have an Instagram and a TikTok account, Rux Unbelievable, in one word, on both of them. I will admit I'm a lot more active on Instagram. I like Instagram. I post stories regularly. So if you want more sort of like regular updates, Instagram, Rux Unbelievable. But I'm also active on TikTok, so you can give me a follow if you're interested. If you like my content, if you like the work that I do, if you feel it's useful, don't forget to give it a like, a thumbs up, a subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and maybe share it with your friends. And you can also make a donation to my channel using the thanks button underneath the video. Enjoy July, and let us know in the comments how the month unfolds for you. I will see you next time. Bye.